Good evening, Shadow Dwellers, and welcome back to Myra's Morgue of Midnight Madness. I'm your hostess, Myra, the voice from the void, the keeper of buried stories, and your guide into forgotten corridor of sound. Tonight, we unearth a chilling relic from radio's golden age. A tale of masked vengeance. Prepare yourself for the Blue Beetle. By day, Dan Garrett was a humble police officer, but by night, he became a masked avenger, empowered by the mysterious Vitamin 2X, clad in a bulletproof costume and guided by a sharp mind. He battled corrupt politicians, ruthless gangsters, and shadowy masterminds. With the help of Dr. Franz and the daring reporter Joan Mason, the Blue Beetle fought to bring justice to a city steeped in darkness. Dim the lights, lock the doors, and lean in close. Let the crackling static take you back as the Blue Beetle strikes fear into the hearts of villains once more. But beware, the shadows have secrets.
The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes the friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals.
A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police. But a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
As our story opens, our hero, Dan Garrett, is visiting his friend and secret advisor, Dr. Franz, who operates a little apothecary shop in one of the great city's side streets. He is restlessly pacing the floor in Dr. Franz's living room.
Look, Doc, why does there have to be so much red tape in police work?
Well, Danny, every organization has to have rules and regulations. That makes for efficiency.
Yes, but the criminals and the crooks we're set to catch aren't bound up in rules and regulations. You know, I like police work, but I also crave action.
You seem to get plenty of it as the Blue Beetle. I worry about you, Tate. These crooks and gangsters are vicious, cold-blooded killers. They'd have no mercy on you if they caught you.
I can take care of myself. Besides, that suit of blue chain armor you made me and that mask are a great protection.
I hope they never catch you without it, or ever discover who the Blue Beetle really is. I'm afraid it would mean the end of Patrolman Dan Garrett.
Well, after all, Doc, you're the only one who knows. Even Mannigan is always saying what he'd do if he caught the Blue Beetle.
He's the officer on the beat next to yours, isn't he?
Yes, he was my father's pal.
I see.
He got me on the police force after my father was killed by a gangster's bullet.
And doesn't he suspect at all?
No, he doesn't. He's a good cop, but he's not very heavy above the ears.
What's that newsboy crying?
Something about a movie star committing suicide. Wait, I'll go get a paper. Boy, here you are, boy. Give me one of those extras. Yes, sir. Keep right here. Hey, look at this, Doc. Sandra Beaumont, the movie actress, committed suicide last night. The paper said she left a note on a dressing table which said, "Dope has become my master. No longer can I live without it. This is the end. Let my fate be a warning to all." What do you think of that, Doc?
I think it's tragic, Danny.
So do I. I'm going to do something about that dope racket right now.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to ask the commissioner to put me on special assignment to try and uncover the leaders of that dope ring in this city.
You'd better be careful, Dan. They'll stop at nothing.
Well, if I can't uncover them as Patrolman Dan Garrett, I'll get them as the Blue Beetle.
As our next scene opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, Mike Manigan, and Charlie Storm, ace reporter of the York City Sun, are standing on the corner watching a hotel suspected of being the dope ring's headquarters.
That's the place, all right. Somebody tipped off my paper.
Why don't we go in and raid the place?
What, just the two of us?
Sure.
Don't be silly. We've got no evidence. The commissioner wants evidence. That's our job. To watch everybody that goes in and comes out of that place.
Me? I like action.
So do I. Hey, look.
Where?
That shabbily dressed man there. He just came out of that side entrance and gave a cigarette to that kid standing there.
So what?
Looks like the kid gave him some money for it.
He's a dope peddler. He's selling dope cigarettes, marijuana.
Marijuana? Boy, here's where I make a pinch.
Hey, you there, I want to talk to you. Come and get me, copper.
Oh, yeah? You gotta travel fast to get away from me, brother.
Go get him, Danny. I'll signal Clancy on the next beat. He'll head him off at the intersection. Look, Danny's diving for him. He's got him. Boy, that was a flying tackle. Sure what? Hey, look. That car there. There's a machine gun. Look out, Danny! I'm going to take a shot with my revolver as they pass. Yeah. Look down behind those ash cans, Johnny. I'm already shot. Missed them, but got it. Did you get the license number of that car as she passed?
Yep. CB83725. It's probably a stolen car. Hey, what about Dan and the dope peddler? Those murderers get him?
Looks like it. They're both stretched out in the street. You phone for the ambulance while I have a look.
Okay. I'll phone my paper at the same time.
Boy, what a story. Come on now, come on here. Break it up. Break it up there. Give them air. Hey, let's have a look at him. Oh, they sure got this guy. He looks like a sieve. Sure, and he'll never sell no more dope cigarettes to kids. He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Look at the blood, will you?
Yeah, look at
This
it.
guy here looks like he's dead, too.
Danny, it's Manigan. How are you doing, Danny?
What happened? Where's the dope peddler?
He's dead. You tackled him and some trigger men in a car machine-gunned you both.
Oh, I remember now. I saw the car coming.
Are you bad hurt?
I don't know. I can't feel much. I'm numb all over.
Well, here's the ambulance. You'd get a swell ride to the hospital, Danny, and maybe a citation from the commissioner for bravery in action. What's the verdict, Doctor? Will Patrolman Dan Garrett live?
Well, it's very doubtful, Commissioner. An operation is necessary to remove the bullet, but he's so weak from loss of blood.
That's tough. He's one of my best men. Due for promotion soon.
Message for you, Doctor. Oh, thank you. Pardon me, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Well, this should be interesting to you, Commissioner. Read it.
Let me see. If my blood is the right type, I would like to volunteer as a blood donor for the brave Officer Garrett. Why, this is signed by my daughter.
Precisely.
She's convalescing here from her accident.
Well, she's almost recovered, Commissioner.
Yes, but, Doctor, is she strong enough?
I think so.
Then by all means, let her do it. I'm fond as well as proud of Dan Garrett. He's a fine boy, like his dad before him. It'll also make my daughter very happy. I have a sneaking suspicion she likes young Garrett.
The commissioner daughter's Mary's blood proved to be the right type, and the transfusion was performed. Later, Danny was operated upon and a machine gun bullet removed from his abdomen. For days, he hovered between life and death. Then one night, when all was quiet, a strange man slipped by the nurse and stood beside Dan's bed.
Dan Garrett.
Who is it? Who's calling Dan Garrett?
It is I, Dr. Franz, your friend. I've got something for you.
Hello, Doc.
Now, listen, Danny. I want you to take this capsule. It's my secret 2X formula. It will bring you a speedy recovery.
Sure.
I'm positive. My formula will save your life, restore you to health in 24 hours. It will also give you greater vitality, keener eyesight, almost superhuman mentality, and it will give you abnormal strength. You will be a tough hombre when you get out of here.
Give it to me. I've got to get out of here. There's important work to be done, and I've got to do it.
The next morning, to the surprise of everyone, Dan Garrett was completely recovered. From Mike Manigan and Mary Donnelly, the commissioner's daughter, who came to visit him, he learned that the commissioner had ordered extensive raids on all opium dens in the city. At one place, they told him, the police had been blown to bits by dynamite planted by the dope ring before they fled. Dan insisted on being released from the hospital and restored to duty. By mid-afternoon, he's back on his beat, fully recovered to health and strength by Dr. Franz's magic formula. That night, he visits the little apothecary shop of Dr. Franz.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Danny. Well, my 2X formula worked, didn't it?
It sure did. Hey, have a look at this.
A bullet, huh?
Yeah, that came out of me.
Well, let's have a look at it under the microscope. Wait till I close up shop. Pull down the shades, will you, while I lock the door?
All right.
There. Now we'll just give this bullet the once-over under the microscope. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
What is it, Doc? Have you got something?
I think so. This bullet was fired from a show.
A show? What's that?
Why, that's what the soldiers in the last World War called a certain type of French machine gun, because they couldn't pronounce the real name.
Boy, that ought to be easy to trace. There can't be many of those in this town. Got any ideas?
Well, there's a French novelist by the name of Philip Radin who collects interesting firearms as a hobby. He might know something about this gun.
Out into the night went Dan Garrett on the trail of the murder gun. But it changed Dan Garrett. No longer is he in the blue uniform of the city's finest. He wears blue, but it's the blue chain armor of the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle! Drop that gun, Raiden. I've got you covered. It's no use, Raiden. Your bullet can't pierce this chain armor I'm wearing. I'm sorry to be so rough, Raiden, but I wanted that gun of yours. Now pick yourself up. That's better. I see you recognize my little calling card. The sound of my magic ray machine and the little beetle always signifies the presence of the Blue Beetle.
You frightened me, monsieur. I fired from nervousness. I had no desire to injure the Blue Beetle.
I see.
Oui, monsieur. What is it you desire?
I understand you have an interesting collection of firearms.
Oh, make the hobby of collecting unusual firearms, monsieur.
Do you own a show automatic machine gun?
Oui, monsieur.
You have the only one in the city, I believe.
Oh, perhaps, monsieur. I do not know.
I'd like to see it.
Certainly, monsieur. But this way.
And no funny business.
Monsieur, I am not in the mood for what you call these funny business.
Good.
Here you are, monsieur. This is the gun cabinet. The show, she is... Monsieur, she is gone.
Gone?
Oui, monsieur. Always she is here in this place.
Come on, Raiden. Your pretended surprise sounds phony to me.
I
Cut it
told
out,
you that-
Frenchie. Maybe you're on the level, then again, maybe you're not. I'll just dust this door for fingerprints and take a photograph. Now, you stand over there and don't make any false moves. Let me see. A little here. Some more here. Several fingerprints. Some of them yours, of course. Bring that floor lamp over here while I photograph these. Now, hold it steady. That's right. Now. That's got it.
You find something?
Maybe yes and maybe no. Now, you get this straight, Raiden. If you want to finish that novel or whatever you were typing when I came in, just forget you ever saw the Blue Beetle.
I assure you, monsieur, I have no wish to be...
Good. If you're on the level, you're safe. If you're not, well, the next time you meet the Blue Beetle, it'll be just too bad.
Whom will the Blue Beetle call upon next? Whose fingerprints were on the doors of the gun case? Is Radon the French novelist? A member of the dope ring? Let's look in on police headquarters. The time is close to midnight. Manigan is holding down the desk while the sergeant is out for a bite to eat.
Oh, sure, I wish the sergeant would get back. I'd like me little trundle bed and some shut-eye. Oh.
Take it easy, Manigan. You won't get hurt. You always wanted to meet the Blue Beetle. Well, here he is. It's no use to struggle. The Blue Beetle is stronger than you are. I'll just stuff this handkerchief in your mouth and then tie you up. And I'll carry you into the room where you keep the fingerprint files. There you are. Now, over my shoulder you go, up the daisy. Here we are. Now, just lie there like a good little boy. I want to examine these files. Let me see. Type 27B, 28B, 29, 30, 31B. Yes, that looks like it. Fingerprints of Joe Bugs McGotti, and here's his photograph. Yes, Mr. Bugs McGotti, those are your fingerprints, all right. You're the guy that stole that murder gun. Well, Mr. Bugs McGotti, you're going to get nipped by the Blue Beetle and nipped hard.
Reach for the ceiling, Mr. Blue Beetle.
Ah, the beautiful daughter of the police commissioner.
Don't move. I'll shoot if you do.
I have no intention of moving unless it's to step within the aura of such a charming person as yourself, Miss Donnelly.
What are you doing here? And why have you gagged and tied up Officer Manigan there?
I'm here to obtain evidence against the opium gang your father is trying to round up. I tied up Officer Manigan there to prevent his interfering.
Why didn't you enlist his aid? After all, he's working on this case.
The Blue Beetle works alone.
But how do I know you're working for rather than against my father?
Well, if my charming captor will lower that toy revolver, which he's holding in an none too steady hand, the Blue Beetle will tell her something to gladden her father's heart.
Very well. But don't try any tricks.
Not a trick, my dear young lady. Now, listen. I promise you that before daylight, your father will have the opium gang under lock and key, together with enough evidence to convict them.
How do I know you'll keep your promise?
Let this seal my promise.
Oh.
Good night, my sweet. I'd like to linger after that kiss, but the Blue Beetle has a duty to perform.
Take me with you, Blue Beetle. Let me stand by your side when you... He's gone. Maybe to die alone. No, I can't let him. I must help him. I must.
Like a bloodhound on the trail once he gets the scent, the Blue Beetle sped on his mission. And like the bloodhound, he'll never let up till he runs his quarry to earth. But close on his heels goes the commissioner's daughter, determined to have a part in the roundup of the nefarious gang of dope peddlers. Little did she know that close behind, as she hurried down the darkened street, a car was slowly following her.
There she goes. That's the commissioner's girl. Let's nab her now. Oh, wait till she passes that street light. Now, out you go. Make it snappy and keep it quiet.
Okay, boss.
Excuse me, lady.
What? Who are you?
Grab her, come on.
Oh, let me go.
I got her. Come on, okay. Here's the car. I'll stick this gag in her mouth. Now open the door. We got it, boss.
Right, shove it in. The commissioner will pay big dough to get his darling daughter back alive.
Where is the Blue Beetle? Will the Blue Beetle be able to rescue the beautiful daughter of the police commissioner? Will he locate the hideout of the dope ring? Will he be able to collect enough evidence to convict them? Through the silent night, down by the waterfront, two powerful cars are speeding along. The first car is full of men, hard-looking men, desperate men, killers all. But who is this lone occupant of the second car? Ah, yes, it is the Blue Beetle.
That looks like the car that passed me the day I was machine gunned. I'll just follow her. It may lead me to the dope peddler's hangout. They suspect me. They've got a machine gun pointing out of the rear. There it goes. I better give them a ruffle with my synchronized machine gun before they shoot away my windshield. That super shatterproof glass is good, but I don't know how good. All right, you rats. How do you like this? I must have got that driver. Their car's zigzagging. Oh, now they're speeding up. Well, here we go again. They're slowing down. They're turning into that warehouse. That's my gang, all right. Just the spot I was headed for. Now, Mr. Bugs McGotty, for the final showdown. Closing the iron doors of the warehouse. I'll soon blast them open those special bombs Dr. Franz made for me. All right, you mugs, don't close that door. I'll blow you all to kingdom come.
Blue Beetle, what's he got in his hand? That's a bomb. Go on, drill him.
Go ahead, Joe McGotty. Go ahead and shoot. I recognize you. Your bullets can't hurt the Blue Beetle. What did I tell you? Now it's my turn. Here goes your door. And I'm coming right in and mop up. Here I come. You better drop your guns or I'll let you have another bomb.
This is for relax as a shield. Okay, white guy, Blue Beetle. Toss your little bomb and blow the police commissioner's daughter to kingdom come along with us.
They've got Mary Donnelly. Stop bluffing, McGotty. You can't fool me. She's not the commissioner's daughter. She's one of your mob, and she goes with you. I'll give you 3 seconds to drop your gun. 1, 2.
Okay, Blue Beetle, you win.
Now release the commissioner's daughter. And get those hands up.
He's double crossed on it.
That's more like it. Now, Miss Donnelly, get some handcuffs. Slip them on those gangsters and bring me their guns.
All right.
It's better. Now, Miss Donnelly, you keep those men covered while I have a look around. That's a nice collection of dope you've got in these cans here. Here comes the law. Wait until the DA gets through with you. There'll be a few less criminals in this world.
Blue Beetle, you saved my life. These men were holding me for ransom. My father will reward you handsomely.
The Blue Beetle seeks no reward, Miss Donnelly. He seeks only justice. Justice for the underdog and safety for the citizens of this great city. Now, you take this gun and keep those mugs covered. The police will be here any minute. I have no desire to meet them.
But who are you? Please tell me.
I can only tell you this. I'm the man who kissed you twice in one night.
Oh.
My respects to your father, Miss Donnelly. Tell him the Blue Beetle will always be at his service and running down criminals of all kinds.
Away in his fast motor car sped the Blue Beetle, leaving the commissioner's daughter on guard over Bugs McGotty and his band of criminals. But close behind him speeds another car, a police car. Will the Blue Beetle be overtaken and unmasked? Ahead, a stoplight is changing from green to red. Will the Blue Beetle defy the traffic regulations to avoid discovery, or will he obey the rules of safe driving?
Mr. Blue Beetle himself. I've been following you for a mile. I thought I'd catch you at this stoplight. Come on, me bucko. I'll ride the running board back to the police station. And no funny business or I'll blow your brains out.
So it's you again, Officer Manigan. I'd love to take you for a ride.
No, none of that. It's me that's taking you for a ride. I saw you drive out of that warehouse back there, so you were in with those dope peddlers.
That's nice figuring, Officer Manigan.
It'll be Detective Manigan after I turn you in. Now get going, Mr. Blue Beetle.
It's too bad, Manigan. We have to take such a lonely, winding road along the waterfront.
Listen, Mr. Blue Beetle. The slightest move and you'll be Mr. Dead Beetle.
Oh, yeah? Listen, you're interfering with my work, Patrolman Manigan. So there you go. Right off the running board into the river. You can't do it. Have a nice swim for yourself until you cool off. Good night, Detective Manigan.
And so the mysterious and thrilling character known as the Blue Beetle, after rounding up a gang of criminals, slips away to let the police take credit for cleaning up the dope racket. The next morning, Patrolman Dan Garrett drops in for a visit with Dr. Franz.
Well, Daddy, I see you let the police take all the credit again.
Sure. I can't let my buddies down.
According to newspaper reports, your friend Manigan got tossed into the river by some of the gangsters whom he had captured single-handed.
So that's his story. That ain't the way I heard it.
I bet the Blue Beetle had something to do with it.
Well, you'd win your bet. You know, when I met him this morning, he had the sniffles. And he said he caught a cold. So I asked him if he'd been in swimming without his sweater.
And didn't he get wise to the swimming gag?
Yeah, after a minute. He wanted to know how I knew he'd been in the water. I told him I heard it from one of the boys.
Hey, Doc, you heard the latest news?
Why, no. What is it?
Well, the authorities have got wind of a plot to sabotage that new Army pursuit plane that's being tested tomorrow out of the flying field.
Sabotage? That's my speed. Maybe I can get him the detail to the flying field. So long, Doc. I gotta get over to headquarters.
Though some nation is envious of Uncle Sam's superiority in the manufacture of aircraft, what will happen at the airfield? Will the Blue Beetle be able to uncover this plot in time? Will he be able to run the criminals to earth? Those are all questions which will be answered in the next edition of the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals.
A mysterious, all-powerful character was a problem to the police. A crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle.
As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel. Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is entitled Sabotage and Liquidation. Will the Blue Beetle prove smart enough to checkmate the clever and ruthless band of international saboteurs who are planning to sabotage Uncle Sam's new fighting planes? As our story opens today, Dan Garrett, who is also the mysterious Blue Beetle, is discovered entering the little apothecary shop run by his friend, Dr. Franz. He seems to be in a hurry.
Doc! Doc Clark, are you alone?
Hello, Dad. Why, what's the rush? Yes, I'm alone.
Good. Will you do me a favor and look over my Blue Beetle armor and see if it's okay?
Why, certainly, my boy.
You might give that mysterious ray machine you invented for me the once-over.
Is the Blue Beetle going to do a little nipping again?
Well, I don't know yet. But I'm assigned to the flying field police detail, and you never can tell what'll turn up.
Well, I'll have everything ready for you whenever you get back.
Thanks, Doc. So long.
And have you noticed, Danny, me boy, that the chief gives us the best special assignments?
You're right, Manigan.
You know why?
Maybe he likes the way we wear the uniforms.
No, that ain't it. The commissioner likes you, Danny, and he's given the chief orders to give me and you the good assignment, so you'll have the advantage of my superior wisdom and experience in handling ticklish situations.
Oh, so that's it.
Sure. Like, for instance, this one today, out here at the flying field. They're testing out one of the new fighting planes for the United States Army.
Yes, I know. They say it'll outfight any flying ship in the world.
Well, now, suppose some of them foreign agents, or maybe the Blue Beetle was to
Sabotage.
Yeah, that's it. Suppose they was to do that, and that plane up there was disabled and crashed. Well, it would be up to us to make an investigation on the spot and keep the crowd back and look for clues and
Interrogate Mannigan.
Yes, interrogate witnesses and mechanics and people.
And what about it?
Well, I, being more experienced than you, I know how to take charge and...
Well, it looks like you'll have the chance to do your stuff, Mannigan. That plane is in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, look, his motor's tearing loose. His wings are breaking in two. He's trying to do a fallen leap. He'll never make it.
Hey, where are you going, Dan? That plane is going to crash. I'm going to save that pilot if I can.
Hey, wait, you can't do nothing. He'll be killed instantly.
He's going to pancake. Look out.
Everybody stand back, stand back. Hey, wait for me, Danny. You'll be burned to a cinder if that plane catches fire.
I'll have to take that chance. You stay and hold that crowd back, Mannigan. This looks like sabotage. You pilots, can you hear me?
Oh,
it's alive, all right. Come on, buddy, put your arm around my neck. I'll lift you out here before we fry. Boy, hold tight. How's she go? Now to get you away from this fiery furnace. Comes the crash ambulance. They'll fix you up. You'll be okay over here. I'll just lay you here on the ground and go help Mannigan with the crowd. As soon as that wreckage cools off, I'll come back and examine it for evidence.
Several hours later, the heroic police officer, Dan Garrett, came back and examined the wreckage of the plane. His investigation brought to light several peculiar facts. That evening, he called upon his friend and confidant, Doc Franz, the chemist, who had a little apothecary shop in one of the city's side streets.
Look at these bolts, Doc. I got them from the wreckage of that new pursuit plane.
They've been tampered with, all right.
So I'm halfway through.
Let's put them under the microscope. What?
What do you find, Doc?
Very interesting. Very interesting.
What is it, Doc?
They've been sawed halfway through with a Maya hacksaw.
A Maya hacksaw?
Yes. The invention of a man named Maya. They're made of a special type of steel and saw teeth set differently from ordinary hacksaws. Therefore, they have a very distinctive mark on everything they cut. Also, the blade of the saw is so thin that it is sometimes difficult to locate the cut they make. They're usually called hack mayors for short. Only one airplane company in this country uses them so far.
That's so who?
Why, the Darrell Airplane Company.
Then this must be an inside job.
Yes, Danny, yes. It looks like it. They had the contract to make several experimental planes of different types. This pursuit plane was one, and the super bomber, which is to be tested tomorrow, is another.
Okay, Doc, and thank you. I've got to change into my other costume. This is a job for the Blue Beetle.
You take some terrible risks, Danny. I worry about you. I worry about you.
Don't worry about me, Doc. That secret 2X formula you gave me at the hospital certainly pepped me up.
Oh, that was nothing, Danny boy, nothing.
That impenetrable blue steel chain armor you made for me has saved my life many times.
Yes, but someday something may go wrong and you'll be killed. Why don't you give up this Blue Beetle character and stick to regular police work? If you're popular with the commissioner, someday you might be chief of police.
Doc, I've dedicated my life to helping the underdog and tracking down criminals and bringing them to justice. And no matter how great or how powerful they may be, I've got to do it in my own way. I must work alone. And you're the only one who knows who the Blue Beetle really is.
I value your confidence, my boy. You're doing a grand job.
Thank you, Doc. I better get going. I've got a lot of work ahead of me tonight. How do I look?
Very mysterious and very terrifying. How does the magic ray work?
Well,
How's that?
Here they sing to a guilty conscience, I've heard.
Yeah. Some of that sound and the little blue beetles I drop in front of those I wish to impress. Certainly knocks the ground out from under their feet.
Have you got your flashlight with the Blue Beetle on the lens?
Yes, right here, see?
That shows a powerful being.
I'll need it tonight.
Whom are you visiting tonight?
I'm visiting the experimental construction department of the Darrell Airplane Company. I want to look over that super bomber. I want to make sure it doesn't crash tomorrow.
Be careful, Danny. Be careful.
Don't worry, Doc. I will. But I think the Blue Beetle will do a little nipping before this night's over.
Beneath the wings of the giant bomber in the experimental construction department of the Darrell Airplane Company, a shadowy, sinister figure moves, guided only by the light of a small pocket flash. Slowly he climbs the scaffolding directly under one of the powerful motors. In each hand he holds a hacksaw. In a holster at his waist protrudes the butt of a .45 Colt revolver. Silently he mounts to his goal.
That pursuit job on the fence today. Tomorrow this bomber will crash. This sure is an easy way to make... The Blue Beetle! Oh, yeah? We'll take that, Mr. Blue Beetle! Got him. The Blue Beetle's not so invulnerable after all. Lucky I was healed or he'd have got me. I better beat it until Captain X-13 somebody's wise to us. Let the other workmen find the Blue Beetle's body here in the morning.
Out into the night ran the treacherous workman, the saboteur who had caused the wreck of one of the newest planes intended for Uncle Sam. In a fast motor car, he speeds away to report to the mysterious X-13 the discovery of their secret. As he reaches his destination, he comes to a stop before an iron gate. A silent figure slips forward and bars his way.
That you, Slug?
That's right.
This is Butch. Let me through. I gotta see Captain X-13. It's important news.
It better be good news. You know the captain.
He'll get a kick out of the news I got for him.
Yeah?
Yeah. I plugged the Blue Beetle
The Blue Beetle? Where?
at the ship. He caught me at work and I let him have it.
Gee, that'll make the captain happy. Well, good luck.
Wait for me, Butch. The Blue Beetle.
Drop that gun, Butch. You're better with a hackman than you are with a Colt.
I just sworn I got you.
You fired at that flashlight, but I wasn't behind it.
Well, you won't get away with it a second time. I'm gonna...
Let that be a lesson to you, Butch. Never lead with your right. There's dynamite in my left. Now, I'll just tie you up for safekeeping, and then I go to Captain X-13.
Okay, Mr. Blue Beetle. That's what you get for mixing in things that aren't any of your business.
Hey, Butch, are you all right? Oh, what hit me?
Blue Beetle here. I sneaked up and stopped him when he started to tie you up. Come on, give me a lift. We'll carry him into the house and let Captain X-13 decide what to do with him.
So that is the so very famous Blue Beetle you have there, huh?
Yes, sir. He caught me working on the bomber. I threw a couple of 45 slugs at him, but I must have missed. When I got out of the car, he jumped me. He must have been in the back seat all the time. The rat there copped a Mabino when he was starting to tie me up.
He must be liquidated. My seaplane it is in the river. Put him aboard. We take him out to headquarters ship at daybreak and execute him. Then we come back here and finish the job.
All right. Bring the thing here.
You better let me go. My father will make it hot for you.
Who is this woman?
Jane Darrell, Chief. I caught her snooping outside.
Oh, so you are the daughter of Sidney Darrell of the aircraft factory?
Yes, and you better not harm me. You'll get the whole United States government after you if you don't let me go.
I am not a fool, young lady. To release you would be suicide for me. I choose not to die until my work is done. You will stay here.
I won't stay here. I'll yell and scream till everybody can...
Take her away. Find and gag her and put her with the other one.
What are you going to do with me?
Take you for the ride in my seaplane out to the headquarters ship. In the morning, you will play the feminine lead opposite his Blue Beetle in a double liquidation.
At daybreak, Captain X-13 and his crew of nefarious saboteurs and conspirators, with their 2 prisoners bound and gagged, take off down the river in their seaplane and head toward the sea. When the Blue Beetle regained consciousness, he managed to sever his bonds with his magic ray machine. Discovering Darrell's daughter beside him in the dark baggage compartment of the plane, he quickly removed her gag and bonds.
Who are you?
I'm Jane Darrell.
Jane Darrell. What are you doing here?
They caught me investigating their hideout, and they're going to liquidate me.
That's what they think.
Who are you?
The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle?
That's right.
Well, then you're to be my leading man.
I don't understand you.
The captain said I was to be the leading lady in a double liquidation.
Oh. Well, there's going to be a liquidation, but you and I won't play the leading parts. At least we won't be the liquidees.
What are you going to do?
The Blue Beetle is going to use his nippers on a certain Captain X-13 and his gang of saboteurs.
I'll help you.
No, you stay here. Maybe some shooting, and I don't want old man Darrell's daughter hurt.
I don't mind shooting, but I'm scared of the dark. Don't leave me here.
You'll do as I say, or I'll have to tie you up again. And I'd hate to do that. I'm going forward now. The Blue Beetle has a little job.
Where's the Captain X-13?
In the control cabin. There's the headquarters ship, down there now.
I ain't never been on it. They say she's one of the fastest things afloat.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be aboard her in 10 minutes.
And that'll be the end of the Blue Beetle.
And Darrell's daughter.
Blue Beetle! Let me at him! Hook him on the beam!
Out of the way while I drill him.
You're there for punishment, Butch. Take that. Tackle his legs. Right.
Hit a man's knee with your jaw, slug. That takes care of you two, and it's for you, Rat, or whatever your name is. Here's a little jiu-jitsu. Here's a little jiu-jitsu. Here's a little jiu-jitsu. And a little rap on the head with Butcher's gun to keep you quiet. What a bunch of sissies. Or else Doc's formula's given me a super wallop.
Mr. Blue Beetle, you will please to drop the gun.
Captain X-13, I presume. Well, go ahead and shoot. Your bullets can't hurt the Blue Beetle.
We shall see.
Oh.
We shall see.
You're satisfied, Captain? Now drop that gun or I'll drill you where you stand. That's more like it. I get back to those controls and keep this plane in the air.
The automatic pilot is dead. He will direct the plane. You and me, we talk business, huh? You are a very brave and clever man. I can make you rich.
Get this straight, you cold-blooded fiend. Nobody can buy the Blue Beetle. Now, you get back there
Can
and...
I be of any assistance, Mr. Blue Beetle?
No, Miss Darrell. This is the man's job.
Oh,
On second thought, you can take this gun, keep this mug covered while I tie him to this seat here.
gladly. Do you mind if I pull the trigger just a little bit?
Oh, no.
No, don't do that. I have the wife and 2 children in Valdonia. They have nobody but me.
No, you can't take it, Captain. You're afraid of a woman with a gun. I ought to let you pull that trigger just a little bit. We'll have to save that job for Uncle Sam.
You are a very foolish young man. I could make you
Save
rich.
your breath, Captain. Your career as a saboteur and foreign agent is over.
You got him tied tight enough?
Sure. He's a sailor nuts I learned in the Navy. He won't get out of those. I just stick this handkerchief in his mouth to keep him quiet.
What about the others?
They'll be out for a long time, but I'll keep my eye on them from time to time.
Look.
Where?
Look down there. That big yacht anchored offshore.
She looks peaceful enough.
Don't forget the double execution planned on board for us.
That's right.
But look, the plane's spiraling down.
The automatic pilot must be directing this plane to that ship. Can you pilot a plane?
Certainly, I've got a pilot's license. My father makes them, and I fly them.
And take over the controls. Come on, snap to it before we get too low.
All right. What shall I do?
Zoom her up to 2,000 feet.
Right.
Level her off a bit. Steady now.
How's that?
That's swell.
What are you going to do now?
Put you ashore and turn those spies over to the police, and then come back.
No, you don't. Not without me. I'm in this with you to the finish. My father's honor is at stake.
The Blue Beetle works alone.
Not this time he doesn't.
This is dangerous business.
So what? I love danger.
You could be helpful.
Well, come on, tell me. What's your plan?
Well, now, let me see. They expected the captain to land her down alongside, but when we zoomed up, they got suspicious.
Look, what's that group of men on the forward deck doing?
Well, it looks like... Yes, they are.
What?
They're uncovering an anti-aircraft gun. Come on, turn the plane around. We're going ashore.
Look, and there's a small boat being launched.
They're probably sending some men ashore. We must prevent that.
How? There's no time to put me ashore now.
That's right. Here's my plan. We'll just have to take a chance. We'll zoom down as if we're going to set her down alongside. That'll quiet their suspicions.
Yes, go on.
Then when we get to level with the deck off to one side, you straighten her out and I'll machine gun the small boat.
But won't some of the others shoot back?
I don't think so. They'll be too surprised.
Well, let's go then.
Hold her steady now.
Okay.
That's it. That's got him. Now swing across the bow of the yacht. I've got an idea.
What is it?
I'm going to try to disable it.
Here we go again.
Ah, that did it. I raked the pilot house with machine gun bullets, and I'll zoom her up.
It's shooting at us.
Yes, that was close. Are you all right?
Sure, are you?
Yes, they can't get me. Zoom her up out of range.
All right. Look, that ship's moving ahead. It's tugging at her anchor chain.
I wonder why they don't weigh anchor.
It's picking up speed.
As she's dragging their anchor.
They're heading right for those rocks offshore.
Something has gone haywire. He's running full speed ahead right toward those rocks.
Well, shall we stick around?
No, we've got to get word to the Coast Guard. We'll head it off up the coast and turn those mugs back there in the cabin over to the police.
Look down below.
Why, that ship is out of control, or else they're going to deliberately wreck her.
And some of the men are jumping overboard.
They'll drown sure as Moses in that treacherous water. Struck those rocks at full speed. There you go, her boilers.
Maybe they had bombs on board.
That's right.
The ship's sinking.
The water's treacherous there. They'll all be drowned.
So that's what's called mass liquidation.
I'll say it is.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, but think of those poor devils who are the test pilots. They fly our experimental planes intended for the Army and for the Navy. It's horrible for them when the work of foreign agents causes them to crash.
What about that new Army bomber that makes its trial flight today?
That's right. I've got to get back and warn the authorities. The Blue Beetle still has work to do. Home, Jane, and don't spare the horsepower. What's the matter?
I don't know. He doesn't want to take gas.
The oil indicator is down.
Look below.
Something is hanging.
Maybe it's a feed pipe.
That's right. Here, put on the parachute. I got one on, too.
Well, what are you going to do?
Take out fire insurance. If this plane catches fire, we're going to bail out.
Well, what about the men back there? Captain X-13 and the bunch.
It'll be just too bad for them. They'll crash and they'll burn with the plane.
Wait, I think I can land her in that little lagoon.
Better let me take over.
Yes, I guess you better.
You sit back and relax. Everything is going to be all right.
Skillfully piloted by the Blue Beetle, the disabled plane comes to rest upon the quiet waters of a little lagoon. Tying up the rest of the gangsters, who were by this time regaining consciousness, and leaving Jane Darrell on guard with his automatic, the Blue Beetle went ashore to phone the authorities and then disappear. An hour later, in the apothecary shop of Dr. Franz, he is relating his experiences.
The shopkeeper where I phoned the police was scared out of his wits when I entered the shop in my Blue Beetle costume.
I should think he would be. But what about the girl? You think she'll be safe on board that seaplane alone with those cutthroats?
Oh, yes. They were securely trussed up, and she was armed. Besides, I saw a Coast Guard cutter entering the lagoon as I disappeared into the rushes.
Evidently, when you shot the captain in the pilot house, as he fell, he jammed some signal for full speed ahead, which the engineers got. And before anyone could do anything, the ship piled up on the rocks.
Well, that may be for me. I left word at headquarters they could reach me here.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Danny.
Thanks, Doc. Hello? Yes. Banker Ridley. The city hospital. An operation. The stock market crashes if he dies. Yes, I've got that. A suspected plot. Yes, I'll be right over. Goodbye. I've been assigned to guard duty over Banker Ridley at the city hospital. Mannigan and I. There's a plot afoot to do away with Ridley while he's on the operating table. Some racketeers want to clean up in the stock market, and his death will make that possible.
Well, go ahead, Danny, go ahead. But be careful, boy.
Don't worry, Doc. As the Blue Beetle, I have a feeling I'm invulnerable. So long, Doc.
What will happen to Dan Garrett, the Blue Beetle, on this new case? Will he be in time to save Ridley's life? Can he prevent the stock market crash? Will he be able to run down the criminals? Those are all questions that will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's Blue Beetle episode is entitled Murder for Profit. James A. Ridley of Ridley and Corcoran, wealthy investment brokers, died in City Hospital under peculiar circumstances. Was his death on the operating table murder? Will his death affect the stock market? Can Dan Garrett, rookie patrolman, who is also the Blue Beetle, solve this case and run the murderers to earth? As our story opens, Dan Garrett is visiting his friend and advisor, Dr. Franz, in his little apothecary shop.
But, Danny, you say the authorities suspected an attempt would be made on Ridley's life?
Apparently. They sent Manigan and me rushing over to City Hospital to guard Ridley as soon as they heard he was to be operated on.
But what made them suspicious?
I don't know. Unless it was because they knew his death would affect the stock market, give groups in the know a chance to clean up and make a lot of money.
How?
Well, Ridley was an international figure in investment circles. He controlled several large corporations.
Yes, I know that.
His death will undoubtedly cause the stocks of those corporations and possibly others to drop temporarily.
Yes, but...
Doc, if some crooked professional speculators were sure Ridley would not come off that operating table alive, they could play the stock market and clean up a fortune.
But what about the other investors in the market? Wouldn't they stand to lose all they had?
Precisely. But the murderers of Ridley wouldn't care about that.
And why are you so certain it was murder?
Look, Doc, here's what happened. When Manigan and I arrived at the hospital this morning.
Hey, Danny, it looks like something's up.
Yeah. Wait, I'll ask this guy coming along the hallway and find Dr. Bartlett. Say, you, where can we find Dr. Bartlett?
Dr. Bartlett can see no one.
We're from police headquarters. We've been sent to guard Banker Ridley.
You're too late. Mr. Ridley's dead.
Dead?
Yes, he died on the operating table just a minute ago.
Manigan, you phone headquarters while I take a look around.
Okay, Dan, I'll do that.
I'll be in or somewhere near the operating room. I've got to find Dr. Bartlett. Oh, just a moment. Are you Dr. Bartlett?
No, I'm just an intern. Dr. Bartlett's office is 2 doors down on the right.
What's that you've got in your hand?
It's a scalpel.
A scalpel?
Yes, a very sharp knife for making incisions.
What are you doing with it?
Well, I'm not permitted to speak.
Come on, open up. I'm the law.
Well, you'll have to see Dr.
I'm
Bartlett.
seeing you right now with a bloody scalpel in your hand. Here in this room here, I want to talk to you.
But
In you go. Now tell me what happened in the operating room.
I assure you, it's against the ethics of...
Ethics be hanged. Talk. Did you kill Banker Ridley?
No, I tell you, I had nothing to do with it.
Then what are you doing with that scalpel?
I picked it up after the lights went on.
The lights went on. Were they off?
Yes. Just after Dr. Bartlett had made the incision in Mr. Ridley's throat and was about to operate on the diseased gland, the lights went out suddenly and a stench bomb exploded just inside the door. It blinded everybody and everything was confusion. When the lights finally went on, Mr. Ridley was breathing his last. An artery in his throat had been severed.
Where were you standing?
Across the table from Dr. Bartlett.
Then you could
Yes, but I didn't.
And what are you doing with that scalpel?
I told you, I picked it up when the lights went on.
Why?
I noticed it was bloody.
Well, wouldn't it naturally be? Hadn't it just been used to make an incision?
Not this scalpel. The one Dr. Bartlett used to make the incision had already been put back into the sterilizer.
But why should you pick up this scalpel?
I thought there might be fingerprints on it.
Fingerprints? When everybody would be wearing sterile rubber gloves?
Well, I didn't stop to realize that.
Your story is pretty thin. I'm going to take you down to headquarters and let some of our...
From your story, I take it you suspect the intern of having killed Ridley during the confusion caused by the unexpected developments.
No, I don't, really. I think someone higher up is the guilty person.
Surely not Dr. Bartlett. He's one of the most famous and respected surgeons in the country.
Ridley's death meant profit in millions to someone or to some group. You know the lengths to which some of our most respected citizens will sometimes go to acquire quick riches.
That's true.
You know, money is all right when it does good. But money is evil when it causes evil.
Well, there's the first edition of the evening papers.
Listen.
Yes.
Well, it started just as we suspected. Listen to that.
Yeah. Well, Danny, what are you going to do?
Patrolman Dan Garrett is off duty, but the Blue Beetle never is. I'm going into action.
Can I help you?
Yes, Doc, you can. What about that secret solution you made that dissolves steel?
You mean my formula X4?
Yes, that's it.
I have some over here in this cabinet. Here you are. Now, here's a little file of it. But be very careful. It's powerful stuff.
Thanks, Doc.
What about your portable wireless telephone?
I've got that in my magic ray and my flashlight.
Good, good.
You know, Doc, if I can solve this case quickly, maybe I can save a lot of little investors from losing their life savings.
Ah, that's true, Danny. That's true.
Well, Doc, the Blue Beetle has some nipping to do tonight. So long, Doc. I'll see you when I've cleaned up this stock market racket.
Again, the Blue Beetle rides the night wind. In his speedy motor car, he sets out in search of the murderers of banker Ridley. Will he unmask them? Can he uncover their plot to make millions by murder? Where will the Blue Beetle strike first? In a dark street at the rear of the Ridley home, a long blue motor car comes to a stop. A figure silently steps forth and approaches the high wall around Ridley's city home.
Now, here's the rear of Ridley's house. I'll have to watch my step. This wealthy neighborhood's well guarded. Ah, here's a door in this wall. Locked, I'll bet. Just as I thought. Let me see now. Try one of these master keys. No, that one won't do. Try this one. That's the one. Better go easy. The hinges on this door will probably squeak. So far, so good. Better close this after me. Watchman finds this open, he'll be suspicious. Now to gain entrance to the house without arousing anyone. Hang that thing. What's going on down there? Hold on, Scarrow, leave this bottle out. Wayne Pat making good noise with the garbage collector. Here's a window. Probably wired down with a burglar alarm. Just attach these suction cups to it. And I'll cut out the glass. Remove it without disturbing the frame. That's got it. I'll just remove the whole pane of glass and climb through. There. Now, I'll look around with my flash. That's the kitchen. All clear here. This door must lead into the dining room. No, that's the pantry. The dining room is beyond. Where does this other door lead to? It's the hallway. The library should be up there on the right. Everything is dark. So this is my chance to search the place. I'll take the library first. The wall is hollow. Just the place for a wall safe. Back of the picture. See if I can move this panel. And there may be a button. Someone's coming. I'll hide behind these curtains until they go.
What's in there? Come on or I'll shoot.
Let's have a little light on the subject. Huh? Yeah. I just sworn I heard someone coming there. I was right. The picture over Father's wall safe. It's Blue Beetle. Drop that gun, Ridley. Not Mira. Sorry, Ridley, but I want to examine some of your father's private papers for a possible clue to his murder. He's out like a light. Well, I'll just tie you up, gag you, and then put you... Let me see. It's over there, back of that couch. There. Now to open the panel. Just as I thought. A large wall safe hidden behind that panel. Now for a little Formula X4 poured on the lock. She's working, all right. Eating right through that steel. There, that does it. Jewels, stocks, and bonds. What's this? A letter. To whom it may concern.
This is to inform the authorities that should my death occur due to other than natural causes, it would be advisable to investigate the affairs of my partner, Charles Cochran, and my adopted son, Samuel. Well, Mr. Ridley, the Blue Beetle will certainly investigate. I'd better take these papers and jewels along with me. They'll be safer with me than here with your adopted son, Samuel.
Off into the night sped the Blue Beetle on the trail of those responsible for the death of banker Ridley. Meanwhile, at police headquarters, Officer Manigan, playing a hunch, he has also decided to go to Cochran's office. In the still of the night, 2 cars are speeding toward the same destination. Each has a single occupant. One of the cars reaches its destination ahead of the other. A mysterious figure alights and disappears behind the building on the corner. Quickly, he mounts the fire escape. A minute later, a circle of light is playing on the door of a safe. In the middle of that circle of light is a large Blue Beetle.
The doctor's Formula X4 worked once before tonight. It ought to work here. Sure is powerful stuff. Now let's see what this safe contains. Stocks, bonds, and certificates. Here's a list of something. To be sold short for Samuel Ridley, Charles Cochran, and Mr. John Smythe. If and when. I wonder who this Mr. Smythe is.
You'll never know, Mr. Blue Beetle.
Officer Manigan. Isn't it late for you to be out alone?
No, none of that. I've got you covered, and I'll shoot you if you make a move. You're going to the station house with me. Maybe you can explain to the DA what you're doing in this office at that safe there.
I was looking for the lost cord.
Cut out the wisecracks and slip these bracelets on.
I'm sorry, Manigan. We both seem to be cornered. That door in back of you is blocked.
What? What?
Never take your eyes off your man until you've got him securely handcuffed, Manigan.
After taking the unconscious Manigan back to police headquarters and propping him up against the front door, the Blue Beetle sped on his way to the home of Charles Cochran. Arriving at his destination, he enters the Cochran home by means of a skeleton key. And hearing voices, he slips into an adjoining room and listens.
Oh, here's your check, Dr. Bartlett, for $7,500. Your fee for operating on old man Ridley. The operation was successful, but the patient died.
Yeah, but what about the profit on the stock?
Well, we'll settle that when we complete the transaction. I'm carrying your account under the name of Smythe, you know.
Yes, but what if...
Oh, are you worrying about the intern who was arrested?
Yes, frankly, I am.
Well, don't worry about him. He'll never testify in any court. I had someone bail him out, and he's here in this house now. We're sending him away tonight on a one-way ride.
What? You don't mean...
Exactly.
Oh, but you can't do that. Why, that's...
Murder? Yes, Dr. Bartlett. Murder. Just like your operation on my partner today. True, one of my men short-circuited the lights at the hospital, and another one, disguised as an orderly, dropped a stench bomb. But you, Dr. Bartlett, severed the artery in banker Ridley's throat.
The Blue Beetle! Yes, the Blue Beetle. He's going to nip a band of murderers. Gus, Raymond! You cowboys, don't move, any of you. I've got men outside, and they're coming in to take you.
Pardon me, Mr. Blue Beetle. I doubt that statement. I happen to know that it is the Blue Beetle's proud boast that he works alone. Grab him, men.
Stand away, Raymond. I'm going to shoot the Blue Beetle. That's what you'll think, Cochran. Come here, Raymond. I'm going to give you a little ride through the air.
No, senor, it's a mistake. You know, dos more.
Here, your knife, Raymond. Into his heart. Rip up the Blue Beetle.
Right, boys.
Right in the toe of my boot, Gus. And now you, Raymond, up you go.
Oh, no, senor.
And across the room into your boss's lap.
Blue Beetle,
Get those hands up.
Young Samuel Ridley. You must be Houdini to have gotten out of those bonds, or else I've forgotten my sailor knots.
You've forgotten something else, Blue Beetle. I'll take whatever you took from my father's safe.
Certainly, Ridley. Here you are.
Good. I thought this gun would make you see reason.
Foxed you, Ridley. Now, all of you, stand over there. I'm going to release the intern you're holding prisoner, and then...
Good. Blue Beetle is out like a light. I'll tie him up and throw some water on window there.
Right, boy. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you're not, Dr. Bartlett. I need the famous surgeon for one more little operation.
No.
Don't worry, Dr. Bartlett. It won't be murder this time.
But
I've got a better idea. Just a little operation on the Blue Beetle's vocal cords and the muscles of his arms.
What good will that do?
He won't be able to speak or write when you get through with him. And he doesn't dare turn himself over to the police.
No, it's
But
fiendish.
necessary. Gus.
Yeah, boss.
Take the Blue Beetle into the other room and put him with the intern. Then come back here.
Okay, boss. Gee, he's heavy. Maybe he's dead, boss.
He'll wish he were before I get through with him. The Blue Beetle's nipping days are over.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle? Will the archfiend Corcoran be able to force Dr. Bartlett to maim him for life? How can the Blue Beetle get out of this spot? Not a soul knows where he is. Let's look in on Dr. Franz in his little apothecary shop.
I wonder how Danny's making out. I think I'll close up shop and work a while in my laboratory. There. The shades are down. Now I'll just bolt this door. That's it. Now put out the light. There we are. Now perhaps I can locate Danny with my new radio locator. He took his portable wireless phone with him this time, but he hasn't called me. Maybe he's in trouble. I can't seem to locate him. I'll just swing it north 2 more degrees. There. Now let's see. That's got him. The contact meter registers pretty weak, though. His vitality must be low. Now perhaps if I connected up my radio energizer to this locator, I could shoot some vitality to him through the ether. I'll just connect these 2 wires here, so, and then turn on the energizer and let him have it. There. There it goes, Danny. I hope it's reaching you and giving you renewed strength. It's all I can do for you.
Are the energizing rays sent out by Dr. Franz reaching the Blue Beetle? Has he again managed to outwit a clever and ruthless gang of murderous racketeers? How can he escape their clutches? Let's look in on the little room in the Corcoran home where the Blue Beetle was imprisoned with the intern from the city hospital.
Where am I? What's that noise? The midget antenna on my helmet. Franz must be trying out his new radio locator. What's happening to me? Feel as if I were being pumped full of energy. I can burst these burns easily. Well, who's that over there on that cot? The hospital intern, of course. You. Can you hear me? Shake your head if you can. Oh, you can. Wait until I take that gag out of your mouth. There, that's better. Now I'll cut your bonds with my magic ray. The Blue Beetle. That's right. How do you feel? A little weak. Now hold my hand a minute. Get some energy from me. Now do you think you could hold a gun on some men if I help you?
I could hold it alone. You certainly pepped me up. How did you do it?
That's a secret. Now, here is your chance to be a hero.
I'll do anything I can to get out of here.
Good. Have you a fountain pen?
Yes. Here it is.
Will you hold it like this, you see? Like a pistol.
This way?
That's right. That'll fool those men in the other room until we can pick up a real gun inside. Now, you follow me. We're going in and clean up those rats.
What's the matter with your eyes? They're shining like searchlights.
Due to a new invention of a friend of mine. Come on.
The Blue Beetle. Gee, boss, look at his eyes. This man, he is devil.
Not to me, he isn't.
Don't.
It's no use, Cochran. You can't injure the Blue Beetle. Throw down that gun. Drop it or I'll blast you all with my magic ray.
You better drop the gun, boss.
All right, Blue Beetle. You win up to this point. But how are you going to turn us over to the police? Why, you don't dare.
Yeah, you intern. Here's your chance to get even with the doctor and this gang who are holding you prisoner. Pick up that gun and keep these men covered until I tie them up.
Okay.
Here comes the law. I called the police on my wireless telephone. You'll all be in safe hands soon, safe for the citizens of this great city. No more will your secret machinations bring distress to honest investors. Gentlemen, the Blue Beetle's job is done. You'll soon be paying the penalty of your dishonest schemes. I'll leave you to the tender mercies of the district attorney.
In the early hours of the morning, Patrolman Dan Garrett, no longer the Blue Beetle, sat in Dr. Fran's living room.
Danny, you did a swell job. And now you'd better get some rest.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Doc.
I'll see who it is.
Just a minute, I'm coming.
Patrolman Garrett here?
Yes. Who wants him?
The chief. Everyone's called back to duty.
Why, what's happened?
Some crooks have started a reign of terror, and they threaten to blow up the city.
There's no rest for the Blue Beetle or for Patrolman Dan Garrett. What will develop in the next chapter of Dan Garrett's life? As the Blue Beetle, will he be able to run down and apprehend the members of this dynamite ring? Can he outsmart this deadly gang of underworld characters? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. And now, here's the Blue Beetle himself to say a few words.
Folks, the moral of this story is that the confidence of our friends often gives us new strength and new courage. And also that our confidence and friendship for others often helps them. In other words, confidence and friendship among mankind is vital. And if everyone is sincere in everyday life, they will aid others or be aided by others, just as Dr. Franz sent new vigor and vitality to me in order that I might rise and fight. So my advice to young and old is to cultivate the friendship and confidence of your fellow men. And through that friendship and confidence, find new strength and courage to face the problems of each day.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. the Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is entitled Blasting the Dynamite Ring. A band of desperate underworld characters have started a reign of terrorism throughout the city. Their motive is wholesale burglary. Will they succeed in forcing the authorities to accede to their demands? Can they successfully defy the forces of law and order? Or will the Blue Beetle checkmate their efforts and bring their leader to justice? As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, a rookie cop who operates as the Blue Beetle, has stopped for a little early morning chat with his friend and advisor, Dr. Franz, before reporting for duty.
Well, Danny, what assignment has the commissioner given you in this new drive?
I don't know yet. I hope it's something exciting.
You'll probably get your wish. You and Mannigan always get plenty of action.
What do you suppose is back of these dynamitings, Doc? 3 this week already.
It's very strange. Fantastic, in fact. What can these racketeers hope to gain?
Blamed if I know. Looks as if they were trying to scare the authorities into meeting some exorbitant demand of theirs.
But surely the police can apprehend the ringleaders.
Believe me, if I get a chance, I'll run them to earth. If I can't do it as Dan Garrett, I'll do it as the Blue Beetle. Oh, what's that? Sounded like an explosion over on the west side. Someone's up front in your store,
I'll
Doc.
go see. Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Doc. Is Dan Garrett here?
Hello, Officer Mannigan. Yes, Danny's here. He was just
What's
about...
up, Mannigan?
Me and you have been assigned to the west side to investigate them explosions.
I thought I heard one just now.
That's right. Come on, I got the police car outside. Let's get going.
Okay. So long, Doc. Let's go, Mannigan.
Mister, that furniture factory that blew up.
Furniture.
Yeah. I heard somebody say it was bombed.
That's the 4th this week. Come on, Mannigan, let's see if we can help. There may still be some people in that burning building.
Hang on here, me lad.
I'm going to search the cellar first.
Take it easy down there, Danny. The floors overhead may cave in any minute.
I'll have to take that chance. There's somebody down here in the cellar who's either dead or overcome by smoke. Give me a lift.
I can't get down to you, Danny. The fire's between us now.
Can you throw your coat down to me?
So that's right. Wait a minute. Here it comes. You got it?
Okay. I'm going to bring this guy up on my back. I'm using your coat as a hood.
You better wait till I get the firemen in here with the hoses.
There's no time for that. I think I can make it alone.
I'm coming down, Danny. Wait for me.
No, Mannigan. No use both of us risking our lives. You stay there and grab me when I come up those stairs. Here I come.
Take it easy, Danny. Steady now, boy. You're almost up. Don't make it snappy. The floor's giving way. Here's behind. I got you. Look out, Danny.
He's coming around.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
Look, he's opening his eyes.
I sure is a brave cop. Yeah. Danny, are you all right?
Did I get the old man out,
Oh, you did that, boy.
Thanks to you.
I didn't do nothing. You done it all.
Mannigan, if you hadn't been there to Give me a pull, I'd have collapsed right at the head of the...
Well, now, you'll be all right after a rest and plenty of fresh air in your lungs. Here comes the ambulance for the old man you saved. Why don't you take a ride along with them? Maybe they'll give you a bed and a good meal, too, at the hospital.
Well, I think I'll take the ride. That bed and meal can wait. I want to talk to that old man when he regains consciousness. He may give me a clue to that dynamiting.
Will the old man be able to furnish a clue as to the dynamite gang? Will Danny continue his investigation as Patrolman Dan Garrett or as the Blue Beetle? Let's look in on the mayor of the city to see if we can discover what is back of these mysterious explosions.
Telegram for you, sir.
No, thanks. Now, wait a minute, George. There may be an answer.
Yes, sir.
If you don't have electricity shut off throughout the city tonight, something unpleasant will happen to you or your family. Signed, the Octopus. Say, what is this, a joke?
If it is, someone has a perverted sense of humor.
Why, this is preposterous. I never heard of anything so brazen.
What are you going to do, sir?
Get me the commissioner on the phone.
Yes. Yes? Get the police commissioner on the phone. The mayor calling.
Thank you.
You'd better have a bodyguard, Your Honor.
Not for me, but for my boy. Since his mother died, he's had nobody but me to look after him.
Hello. Hello, Commissioner? His Honor the Mayor calling. Here you are, sir.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. What's on your mind?
I want to read you a telegram I just received a moment ago. Now, where is it, George? Oh, thanks. Now, listen to this, Commissioner. If you don't have electricity shut off throughout the city tonight, something unpleasant will happen to you or your family. And it's signed, the Octopus.
That's bad.
Who is the Octopus?
As far as we can discover, he's a power in the underworld. Our best men have been working secretly to track him down. But so far, we've had no success.
Well, I want you to assign one of your best men to guard my son.
I'll assign Mike Manigan on the job. He's the best I have.
Good. I know him.
What about you? You should have a bodyguard.
Oh, never mind me. I can take care of myself. It's my son I'm worried about.
Well, it will be taken care of, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner. As soon as you issue the necessary orders, I wish you'd drop over to my office. I'd like to discuss a plan of action to checkmate the Octopus and his gang.
In the meantime, Dan Garrett has talked with the old man whom he saved from the burning building. He learns that just before the explosion, the old man, who was the janitor of the factory, saw a bearded man with a limp disappearing up the stairs just outside the boiler room. Danny decides to keep an eye out for a bearded man with a limp. We next find him in the little apothecary shop of his friend and advisor, Dr. Franz.
Well, what do you make of it, Danny?
I think it's a diabolical plan of wholesale robbery, backed by terrorism and blackmail.
But I don't understand. How could any gang of thieves hope to...
As I see it, the mastermind of this gang has a well-thought-out plan. First, his unholy crew terrorizes the city by a series of explosions.
Yes?
Then they plan to suddenly plunge the city into darkness one night. And while the blackout is on, they'll systematically rob jewelry stores, banks, and fur storage plants.
What makes you think that?
The mayor got a telegram today warning him that unless he ordered the city's power supply shut off, something unpleasant will happen to him or his family.
But that's preposterous. I never heard of such unmitigated nerve.
These men are desperate characters, and their chief is a cold-blooded fiend.
What's the mayor doing about it?
He's talked with the commissioner of police. The commissioner assigned Manigan to guard the mayor's young son. He's also ordered every known gang hangout in the city raided. Every racketeer, big or small, is to be arrested, brought in for questioning.
And what are you going to do?
I'm going to put on my Blue Beetle armor. Going to take a little trip down to the municipal power plant. I have a peculiar feeling the Blue Beetle will come to grips with some of that gang tonight.
Out into the night sped the Blue Beetle, in his super dynamic speedster to save the city's power plant from destruction and prevent wholesale burglary throughout the city. From another point, a fast motor car filled with dark-visaged men is speeding toward the same destination. Will they meet, or will one outspeed the other to prevent or commit a crime? As the Blue Beetle nears his destination, he sees another car pull up in front of the power plant.
That's a suspicious-looking car there. Several men are getting out. Tough-looking bunch. There's one with a beard and a limp. That's my man, all right. There's the watchman coming up to me.
All right, boys. All right, now make it snappy. Right in here. Be sure to suck me hard and tie me up so I won't be suspected of being in on this.
Don't worry about that, Pop. We'll fix it for you.
Well, here's the dynamo room.
And here's the stock.
Okay. Tie him up and put him over there in the corner.
Come on, Slit-Eye. Give me a lift with this bozo.
Okay, Gimpy, here we go. Hey, Gimpy, what did you do with that sledgehammer?
Back of you. I'll be over to help you after we stop this.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Hey, there's the Blue Beetle.
Give him a load of lead.
Put down that sledge or I'll blast you.
You and who else? I'll mow you down with this sledgehammer. Hold up, you guys, or you're liable to nick me. I can handle this mug. Along.
Let me see you handle this one.
Go on, empty your guns, you fools. You can't injure the Blue Beetle. Now I'm coming after you, rats back there. Come on, let's beat it, Slit-Eye.
No, we gotta fight it out. You know the octopus. This Blue Beetle's only a guy in a masquerade costume. Let's get him. Gimpy, give me that wrench. Here we go.
Give me that wrench, Slit-Eye.
Here is this blue right on the boom.
Your aim is bad, Slit-Eye. You should have ducked my left first.
But my aim ain't, Blue Beetle. Oh, gotcha that time, Blue Beetle. Come on, Muggsy, I got him. I got the Blue Beetle.
Yeah, good work, Gimpy. That's tossing a hammer, all right. Yeah, you got him right in the eye. Boy, he certainly packs an awful wallop in that left of his.
Yeah, you sure got a lump in your jaw. Hey, what'll we do with him? He ain't dead.
Tie him up and take him out to the island after we wreck this place. The octopus will take care of the Blue Beetle.
Okay. Listen, slap some life into Slit-Eye there while I plant a bomb under that dynamo over there.
Sure. Hey, Slit-Eye, snap out of it. Come on. We're getting out of here.
Oh, what happened? Did the place blow up?
No, the Blue Beetle sucked you.
Where is he?
Lying there. Gimpy plugged him.
Oh, good work. Where's Gimpy?
Planting a dynamite under those dynamos. Here he comes now.
Come on, let's go. I lit the fuse. It won't be long now.
Here. Give me a hand with the Blue Beetle.
Right, let's make it snappy. I don't want to be around when the dynamite goes off.
What about the watchman?
He'll have to take his chances. We ain't got room for him.
Okay, come on, let's go. I cut a short fuse.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle when the octopus gets him in his power? Will that be the end of the Blue Beetle? How can the police protect the citizens of this vast city against the depredations of this ruthless band of arch criminals? All night long, in the inky darkness caused by the disabled powerhouse, a band of hoodlums and underworld characters ravaged the city, bombing buildings, setting fires and robbing banks and jewelry stores. The police and fire departments did heroic work trying to stem the tide of terrorism. In the morning, the aroused populace stormed the doors of City Hall, demanding protection.
Where's the mayor? Why don't he do something? Yes, our homes and stores are being looted. Our factories are being dynamited, burned. What's the police doing about it, huh? Where's the commissioner? What do we pay taxes for? Look, the doors are open. Yeah, there's the mayor's secretary. Yes, well, the mayor's with us. Quiet, everybody. The mayor's going to speak.
Fellow citizens, I know you have put in a terrible night.
Quiet! Let the mayor talk.
Many of you have lost valuables. Some of you have had your shops broken into or your factories burned by the members of this band of money-mad cutthroats.
Yes, you're right.
Yes, my friends, you all have suffered losses. I, too, have suffered a great loss. Last night, at about 9 o'clock, my young son was kidnapped. And so when I say to you, my fellow citizens, that I shall leave no stone unturned to apprehend these malefactors, I am sure you will believe me and be patient with me and the Commissioner of Police.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, how about throwing me in as a deputy?
Yes, me too. I was in the army. I can shoot. Thank you, my friend.
But I got 2 grandsons.
Thank you. I suppose there are some of you who would like to assist in this drive, and if there are, report to the Commissioner at Police Headquarters. He can use every fighting man he can get. Now I must get back to my office and plan a campaign that will rid this city forever of this criminal scum.
Throughout the city, the movement grew to join with the police in running down the dynamiters, arsonists, and robbers. Repairs were rushed on the power plant so that by nightfall the city might again be illuminated. Meanwhile, in an iron-walled room of a secret hiding place, on an island far beyond the city's outskirts, the Blue Beetle is slowly regaining consciousness.
Oh, that head. That hammer Gimpy threw just grazed my temple. Half an inch to the right, and it had been no more Blue Beetle.
Hello, mister.
Hello, Sonny. What are you doing here?
Some men brought me.
Aren't you Tom Rogers, the mayor's son?
That's right. And you're the Blue Beetle.
Yes, Tom, I'm the Blue Beetle.
Well, then I'm not scared anymore.
Well, of course you're not. We'll outwit these scoundrels yet. You and me together.
Gee,
Tom, I want you to help me.
me help the Blue Beetle? Gee.
Now, look, Tom, here's my plan. I want you to...
In the adjoining room, the octopus, mastermind of this devilish scheme to systematically drain the great city of its wealth, is conferring with his henchmen.
You have done very well so far. We already have $500,000 in cash and many jewels worth fabulous sums. In addition, we have 2 aces in the hole.
You mean the mayor's kid
And the Blue Beetle.
We can get a big price for the kid, but the Blue Beetle ain't worth nothing.
You forget, Gimpy. He wears a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor that is flexible as silk and stronger than steel.
So what?
With that armor and the magic ray, I can become the Blue Beetle.
Gee, Chief, then you'd become invulnerable like the Blue Beetle.
Exactly, Gimpy. But first, we must dispose of... Oh, that kid's crying again. Go in and make him shut up, Muncie.
Okay, boss, I'll shut him up.
What's eating you, kid?
There's a dead man over there in that cot.
Don't tell me the Blue Beetle's croaked. I'll have a look. The Blue Beetle. Wait, he ain't dead.
No. The Blue Beetle is more alive than ever.
So the kid double-crossed me. Why, I'll...
No, you won't. You white-livered skunk, because I'm going to...
He's got a Blue Beetle. Give it to him good.
The Blue Beetle just knocked out Slug.
Oh, yeah? Come on, we'll finish him off this time.
All right, Slit Eye, come and get me.
I'll get you all right with this, you...
How do you like those potatoes, Slit Eye? You're next, Gimpy. You've got no hammer to throw this time.
Knock him good, Blue Beetle. Boy, right on the button.
No, for the octopus.
Look out, Blue Beetle. Behind you.
Stand where you are, Blue Beetle. Thought you had me, didn't you? Well, you'll never get out of here alive. This electric ray gun will burn you to a crisp in that steel armor.
Stop that, mister. You can't do that to the Blue Beetle.
Shut up, kid, or I'll blast you, too. Say your prayers, Blue Beetle, because...
Oh, no, you're not.
That was good work, Tom. We're just in time with that chair leg. Pick up that electric ray gun. We'll go after the octopus.
Right with you, Blue Beetle.
Now, you stay in back of me. I don't want you to get hurt. Here we go. He's disappeared.
There he goes. Look through the window there. See him? He's running to the dock.
Yes, he's getting into an outboard motorboat. Come on, let's go.
Oh, gee. He got away from us.
Not yet, he hasn't.
Well, what are you going to do?
Take off my armor and swim after him.
Can you swim fast enough to catch him?
This is one time I'll find out. Here I go.
Gee, look at him go. Oh, boy, can that Blue Beetle swim? The octopus is shooting at him. The Blue Beetle's still swimming after the boat. He's gaining. Boy, can he swim. He's gaining. The octopus is out of bullets. The Blue Beetle's gaining on him all the time. Boy, he's caught the boat. He's climbing in the stern of the boat. No, he's turning the boat over. There goes the octopus right into the water. Gee, the octopus can't swim. He's calling for help. Look at the Blue Beetle. He's diving under the upset boat. Now he's turning the boat over right side up. Gee, Mr. Blue Beetle is sure strong. Now he's going to rescue the octopus. Look at those strokes he takes. There, he's got the octopus. He should have let him drown. He's hauling him up into the boat. Now he's starting the motor up. He's turning around the boat, and here he comes. Boy, oh, boy. Gee, Blue Beetle, that was swell. See, what about the octopus? Is he...
No, he's not dead. He's just suffering from immersion. Suppose you tie him up while I get dressed. He's harmless now. I've got his gun.
He certainly was yellow, wasn't he? When he ran out of bullets and you ducked him.
All gangsters are yellow and they haven't got a gun. He's no exception.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Going to put on my blue armor, take you back to the city limits in that boat and phone the police.
But what about the gangsters in the house there?
They can't get off the island. We've got the only boat and it's too far to swim to the mainland.
Mr. Blue Beetle, you've done an awful lot for me, saving me from those kidnappers and everything.
Oh, that's nothing, Tom.
Well, my father will pay you a big reward.
The Blue Beetle seeks no reward, Tom. What he does for humanity.
Say, would you do me one more favor?
Certainly, if I can. What is it?
Would you give me that Blue Beetle off your helmet?
Here you are, Tom. A souvenir to remember the Blue Beetle by.
Gee, Blue Beetle, you're swell.
And so the Blue Beetle brought another gang of criminals to justice, turning them over to the police, but himself remaining hidden behind the disguise of the Blue Beetle. Later that day, after setting Tom, the mayor's son, ashore at the city dock and phoning the police where to find the octopus and his cohorts, he disappeared as the Blue Beetle to turn up later at Dr. Fran's little apothecary shop as Patrolman Dan Garrett.
You say, Dan, the octopus was about to shoot you with this electric ray gun you brought back with you?
Yes. He threatened to burn me to a crisp in my metal armor.
Oh, what a fiendish idea.
But very ingenious. I'd have been roasted alive without a clue as to the cause of my death if it hadn't have been for young Tom Rogers sneaking from behind and knocking Sled-Eye out with that chair leg.
Yes. Well, I'd better invent a non-conductive lining for your Blue Beetle armor just in case you run into another electric ray gun.
That's a swell idea. You know, Doc, if I had the...
Just a minute, Dan. Hello?
Hello. This is Brannigan.
Is Danny there?
Yes, just a minute. It's for you, Dan.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Hello, Dan Garrett speaking.
Hey, Danny, you're wanted at police headquarters immediately. Me and you have got a swell new assignment.
Oh, yes? Where?
Out at John Doe's carnival.
Well, what's up?
Some slot machine racketeers are trying to make John Doe install some crooked slot machines.
Okay, Mannigan, I'll be right over. I've got to get going, Doc. It's a new assignment. Never a dull moment in this business.
Well, you said you craved action.
Yeah. Well, so long, Doc. I may be seeing you tonight.
What will develop from Patrolman Dan Garrett's next assignment? Will the Blue Beetle be called into action against the crooked slot machine racketeers? Can the Blue Beetle protect amusement seekers against dishonest exploitation? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine, on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled The Invisible Ghost. Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret operates as the Blue Beetle, today matches brains and brawn with a cowardly, ruthless gang of crooked slot machine racketeers. Can he spike their plans to flood the city with crooked gambling devices? Will he be able to uncover the mysterious leader who directs their activities? What is behind their endeavor to install their machines at John Doe's carnival? As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett is visiting his old friend and advisor, Dr. Franz.
Danny, I've been studying up on slot machines.
Yeah? You find out anything interesting?
Well, I'm convinced that the difference between an honest machine and a dishonest or crooked machine is very slight. In fact, I'd say the difference was purely academic.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, of course, you realize I'm referring now to nickel and dime or quarter in the slot machines, from which your return, if any, will be a handful of coins.
Yeah. That doesn't include vending machines for candy, chewing gum, cigarettes, etc.
Oh, no, of course not. I'm speaking about those machines where you put a coin in the slot, push down a lever, and pictures of fruits or birds or playing cards whirl around and stop in different combinations.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, if certain combinations come up, a certain number of coins will be returned to you. Sometimes as many as 40 may come out. That's called a jackpot.
Yeah, I know. I've seen some of the boys in the force play the machines in Charlie's cigar store.
And how often do they hit the jackpot?
I don't know. Not often, I'm sure.
Precisely. Those machines are fixed in advance to release a jackpot once every 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, yes, even every 100,000 times. In other words, if you were the only one playing the machine, you would have to put in 1,000 or more coins before you'd win the jackpot.
At a nickel apiece, that's $50.
$50 to win $2.
There must be enormous profits in those machines.
Yes, there is. Now, let's suppose the machines these racketeers are trying to install are reasonably honest. Say, 1,000 to 1, which is average.
Yeah.
In a place like John Doerr's Carnival, each machine should average 2,000 players a day. Let's say 10 machines were installed throughout the area.
Oh, that's conservative.
Yes, I know, but let's be conservative. 10 machines would get a play of 20,000 players a day, and the average amount spent on such machines is about 20 cents per person.
Well, that's 100,000 nickels at 1,000 to 1 ratio.
The machines would pay back 100 jackpots, or about $200.
Yes, but the intake would be $4,000.
Precisely. Intake $4,000, outgo $200. And crooked operators will go to any lengths to make profits like that. Just a minute, Dan. I'll see who it is, okay?
Hello, Doc. Is the pride of the police force here?
If you mean Patrolman Dan Garrett, he's waiting for you, Manigan.
Hello, Mike. Got the car outside?
Yep. Are you ready, Daddy?
Ready and waiting. So long, Doc. Those crooked slot machine operators are going to get a big surprise when they run up against Officer Manigan and Patrolman Dan Garrett. Come on, Manigan. Let's go.
Off on special assignment sped Dan Garrett and Officer Manigan in the police car. What is their destination? What will they find when they get there? Will it be a simple routine cleanup job, or will the Blue Beetle have to swing into action? Within 10 minutes, the police car bearing Dan Garrett and Mike Manigan is pulling up inside the gates of John Doerr's Carnival.
Well, here we are at the carnival, Mike.
Yeah, where do we head first?
Now let's look around a bit.
Okay, Danny.
Trying your hand, it's only a dime, a tenth part of a dollar. Knock down a Cupid doll with a baseball. Try your arm, big boy. Maybe you should be with the Giants. Come on here, step right up.
I used to play baseball with the Brooklyn Sandlockers.
Why don't you try your hand at that baseball game?
I think I win. Maybe I can win a Cupid doll for my youngster.
Step right up, kid. Come on, step right up. That's right, there you are. 3 baseballs for a dime.
Give me 3 of them balls. I'll show you what real pitching is.
Sure thing, Lieutenant. Here you are. 1, 2, 3. That'll be a dime. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Careful of your arm, Lieutenant Manigan. Remember, you're an old man now.
Oh, yeah? Now cut out the kidding and watch this.
Hey, better look out, fella. My pal here's cross-eyed.
Okay, brother, I'll stand over here.
All 1.
No, that was just practice. Now watch this one. All 2.
Nice going, Manigan.
Well, the sun was in the eyes. But watch this one.
Hey, are you so Cupid doll?
Boy, are you good, Manigan. You hit the proprietor right in the old conch. You sure know you're Cupid, though. What was that, Manigan?
Hey, look over there. There's a crowd around that tent.
Come on, looks like trouble.
That door's open. What's happened?
The tent pole fell down inside Door's tent.
Hey, anybody hurt? Come on. Hey, come on. Get back, everybody. Get back.
Hold the crowd back, Mike, till I have a look inside, will you?
Okay, Danny. All right, get back, all of you. Make room here. Come on, make room here. Get back, all of you.
What happened, Dor? Are you all right?
I guess so. A tent pole fell on me as I was sitting at my desk here.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll have Manigan call a doctor. You may be seriously injured.
No. Oh, don't call a doctor. I'll be all right in a minute.
Here, I'll get you some water from the cooler.
Oh, thanks.
What caused the pole to fall?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe one of the ropes holding it up rotted through and broke.
Or was cut. Here, drink this.
Thanks. Oh, that's good. I feel better now.
Have those crooked slot machine racketeers been working on you?
Slot machine racketeers? Oh, no, I'm sure they had nothing to do with this.
Have any of them been out to talk with you recently?
Well, yes.
When?
Last night.
Any trouble?
Well, we had a few words. They wanted me to put some of their machines in.
And you refused?
Yes.
Did they threaten you?
Oh, in a general sort of way. But you know how thugs and underworld scum are. They talk big, but Most of them, it's blood.
Yes, I know, but sometimes...
Now, Danny. Oh, hello, Mr. Dawes.
Hello, Manigan.
And what happened?
I'll tell you, going back in the police car.
Okay, Danny.
Mr. Dorr, you better have a couple of your men you can trust. Act as a bodyguard till I can get some men from the police department assigned to you. In the meantime, we're going to track down this gang of crooks and put them where they can do no more harm. Come on, Manigan. Back to headquarters.
At police headquarters, Commissioner Donnelly, upon hearing Dan's story, ordered full speed ahead in a drive to round up the crooked slot machine racketeers. Late that night, Dan Garrett is in secret conference with Dr. Franz at his little apothecary shop.
You know, I've got a hunch, Doc, that there's going to be something doing out at the carnival tonight after the crowd has gone home.
And I suppose the Blue Beetle will be buzzing around out there?
Right. And probably nipping, too.
Look out he doesn't get nipped himself.
No, not a chance. At least not permanently. Not with this Blue Beetle costume and mask. This Blue Beetle chain armor has saved my life many times. As long as I'm on the alert, nobody can overcome the Blue Beetle.
I hope you'll always be on the alert, Danny. I'd hate to lose you.
Oh, you've been a swell friend, Doc. I owe my life to you and this chain armor you made me.
I'm working on something else that will be a great help to you, I believe, in your crusade against crime.
What's that, Doc?
A fluid that painted on your body or your suit of armor will make you practically invisible.
Hey, have you got any of it here?
Yes, but it isn't perfected yet.
What's it like?
Well, you know that every object we can see has some color to it.
Yeah.
And as long as that color is in the color spectrum, the human eye can see the object.
Yes.
But if the object is some shade outside the color spectrum, it is invisible to the human eye.
I see. And this liquid you're working on...
Outside that color band.
Then if I painted myself with this liquid, I'd be invisible.
Yes, temporarily.
What do you mean?
Well, I've got to find a fixer. Something to add to the formula which will preserve the invisible qualities of the fluid longer. At present, it oxidizes too quickly and becomes visible to the human eye within a few minutes. Here's some of it here in this jar.
Oh, say, that's very interesting. Well, if you had it perfected, I could use it on this blue...
Quiet. There's someone out in the front of the shop. You stay here, and I'll see who it is.
Hello, in there. Is anybody home?
Coming. Oh, hello, Officer Manigan. And what brings you here at this hour?
Oh, I was passing by and just thought I'd drop in. Is Danny here?
No, Danny's not here.
Well, then I think I'll wait a bit if you don't mind, Doc. Maybe he'll turn up.
Well, I hardly think you'll find Dan Garrett here tonight, Manigan.
By the way, have you seen the Blue Beetle around?
The Blue Beetle? You mean the fantastic character who's always outwitting the police?
He won't outwit them forever. Someday I'm going to catch up with that baby, and when I do...
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have...
By the way, Doc, some neighbors of yours was telling me they've seen the Blue Beetle in this neighborhood late at night.
What?
Would you be knowing anything about that?
Well, I rarely go out at night. I spend most of my time in my laboratory.
Is that it back there, that room?
Yes.
I never saw one of them things. You mind if I take a look around?
Well, I'd rather you see, I'm making some experiments.
I won't touch anything, Doc. I just want to look. Well, of all the...
What is it? What do you see?
So, that's a laboratory. What a place.
Yes, that's the laboratory.
Must be great to have brains like you, Doc. Well, so long. I've got to be going. Tell Danny I was in.
Yes, I will, Manigan. Good night, and keep your eyes open for the Blue Beetle.
Danny, where are you? Right beside you.
What?
Yes, when I heard Manigan outside, I quickly coated myself with your new formula. When he looked into the laboratory, I was standing right in front of him.
Well, that certainly was a great test. But the effects are beginning to wear off. I can see a slight tinge of the Blue Beetle armor shining through.
Say, Doc, I've got to be on my way. I'd like to take some of this liquid along with me and use it tonight.
All right, Danny, all right. But be careful. Remember, the effects fade away quickly.
Thanks, Doc. Say, those racketeers will get the surprise of their lives when they hear the Blue Beetle but can't see him.
You'd better hurry, Danny. It's about closing time for the carnival.
Yeah. The Blue Beetle will have to really ride the night wind tonight.
What will the Blue Beetle do over at John Doerr's carnival? Will he run head-on into a band of slot machine crooks? Can he again make himself invisible with Dr. Franz's magic formula? On through the night speeds the Blue Beetle in his fast motor car. As he nears the carnival, he parks his car in a hidden spot and approaches John Doerr's tent on foot.
So you won't sign up, eh?
No, not for any crooked schemes like yours.
Okay, it's your funeral, Doerr. Work on him, Frenchie. Up on it, Doerr.
The answer is still no.
Give it to him again, Frenchie. So you won't sign, eh? Well, here's some more of the same.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Oh, there is no Blue Beetle here.
It's a trick. Doerr's got a phonograph planted someplace.
That's so. Well, here's something planted, and it wasn't a phonograph.
Oh, hey, Frenchie, what is this?
Me, I do not know. I see nothing.
Well, maybe you can see stars.
Come on, let's get out of here before I go off me nut. I can't fight ghosts.
Wait a minute. Let me help you on your way with my foot. Now get going, both of you. If the Blue Beetle ever sees you again, I'll blast you wide open.
Come on, Frenchie. We got to tell the boss about this.
Are you all right, Dora?
I don't know. I can't see you. Am I blind?
No, Dora, you're not blind. Now do as I tell you. Phone police headquarters and report what just happened.
All right. I will do.
And don't worry. The Blue Beetle's on the job. I'm going to trail those men. Maybe they'll lead me to their hangout. Now get going. The Blue Beetle's got a lot of nipping to do.
Will the Blue Beetle catch up with the thugs who are beating John Doerr? What about the invisible paint? Will it wear off before the Blue Beetle reaches his destination? What will he find when he gets there? Out of the carnival grounds dashed the Blue Beetle, just in time to see the two thugs drive off in a long sedan. Jumping into his own car, the Blue Beetle gave chase until out on the river road.
Those thugs are taking the road that leads to the old haunted house. That must be the headquarters. I'll have to take a chance. My invisible paint is wearing off. I'll force them off the road, and they'll have to stop. All right, you thugs. Hop out and make it snappy.
It's the Blue Beetle.
Oui, I can see him now.
Come on, let's get him.
Oui. This time we don't fight ghosts.
Come on, me hearties. I'll take you both at once. That's for Old Man Doerr. And that's for law and order.
Shove him up, Frenchie. Shove him up. Kick him in the head.
Oh, no, you won't, Frenchie. That'll take care of you.
Put up your hand, Blue Beetle, or I'll drill you so help
Not tonight, you won't. Here's a face full of knuckles for you. Well, he's done for a while. Let's see, I'd better not use my invisible paint. I may need the little that's left to use later. How can I get into that house up there? I think I'll just take one of these thugs over here and...
What are the Blue Beetle's plans? Is the haunted house the headquarters of the crooked slot machine racketeers? Let's look in on this weird and mysterious-looking place.
Look through the peephole and see who that is, Snag.
Okay. It's Croker and Frenchie.
All right, raise the iron panel and admit them.
Okay. Hello, Chief. Me and Frenchie's back.
Yeah, so I see. What have you to report?
Well, Frenchie and me, we went to see Old Man Doerr like you told us, and we gave him the works. But he wouldn't sign up for the machines.
Did you tell him the Duke sent you?
Sure, boss.
Why didn't you use further persuasion?
We was just going to, and suddenly there was a funny humming sound and a crackle.
Go on.
Well, from out of the air, a voice what said he was the Blue Beetle told us to lay off the old man.
Was it dark?
No, it was light enough, but we couldn't see nobody but the old man.
Go on. Then what happened?
The Blue Beetle started slapping us around.
Ah, ridiculous. You must have been drunk.
On me word, Chief. We were sober as a judge. Am I right, Frenchie?
Oui, it is as you say.
What's the matter, Frenchie? Why don't you raise your head?
Oh, my neck, she is hurt. The Blue Beetle, he hit me hard.
Yeah. Now, like I said, Chief, when we couldn't see no one to fight, we beat it out of there. But the Blue Beetle followed us in his car, and just down the road here, he forced us over the side, and we had to stop. Then he rushed us, and before we could plug him, he conked us both on a bean, and we passed out. When I come to, I was in the car, and Frenchie here was driving.
And the Blue Beetle?
He had disappeared.
A likely story, Kroger. Suppose you step aside. I want to talk to Frenchie.
He'll tell you the same story. Gee, boss, we got to be ready. The Blue Beetle may be here any minute.
Yeah, the Blue Beetle is here.
What do you mean?
Frenchie, take off that hat and coat.
See, the Blue Beetle himself, disguised as Frenchie.
Yes, the Blue Beetle, and he is going
where you
to...
are, Blue Beetle. I've got you covered.
Put away that gun. You can't injure the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle seems fond of appearing and disappearing.
Every time he does appear, another bunch of rats are brought to justice.
I'm happy at last to have met the Blue Beetle face to face. But I regret that the meeting must be so brief. I have seen you. I wish to see you no more, so... down you go, Blue Beetle, through the trapdoor into my subterranean sewer. You like to chase rats, as you call them? Well, you can get your stomach full of them down there. Maybe they'll turn the tables and chase you, Mr. Blue Beetle.
Yeah?
You and Kroger close the trapdoor.
Sure, boss. Yeah, sure. Anything you say, boss.
Now, listen to me. You'd better get this straight with no bungling if you don't want to join the Blue Beetle.
Not me, boss. It was Frenchie's fault the other time. He didn't slug the old man hard enough before the Blue Beetle showed up.
I don't want any excuses. I want results this time.
Yes, boss.
You go and see John Doe again. Tell him there's $1,000 a week in it for him if he signs up with us. If he refuses again, tell him the Blue Beetle's dead. Offer to prove it to him by bringing him here. Go easy on him this time. But either get his signature to a contract to install our slot machines at the carnival or bring him out here. Have you got that straight?
Sure, boss.
You better have. Now, one thing more. If you don't come back with Door's signature or with Door himself, you'll be pushing up daisies when spring comes round again.
Hey, listen, boss. That's the cop. Yeah. How did they find out?
You stupid fool. You must have left that trail a mile wide.
No, boss. Nobody saw us but the Blue Beetle.
You hide, Kroger. Behind that screen over there. They'll get nothing on me. I'll meet them. Snag. You stand by.
Okay, boss.
Snag. Raise that iron pen.
Yeah, sure. All right, boys. You got your guns? Here we go. Come on.
Good evening, gentlemen. Calling rather late, aren't you?
The law is on the job 24 hours a day.
Well, that's admirable. Something wrong?
Yes, you.
Me? What have I done?
Your thugs have tried to kill an old man, and you were trying to install your crooked slot machines at the carnival.
I assure you, you've made a mistake, Sergeant.
I ain't, Sergeant. It's plain Officer Manigan, and we ain't made no mistake. The Blue Beetle phoned us 10 minutes ago.
Now I know you're mistaken, Officer Mannigan. The Blue Beetle couldn't have phoned you.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
It must be a ghost. The Blue Beetle.
No, not dead. Just invisible.
No, it can't be. I saw him drop down that wall.
Well, what's that you're trying to
He's
say?
trying to tell you, Manigan, that he saw me drop to my death through that trapdoor you're standing on.
Holy Moses, I never noticed it. How'd you get off quick? Hey, where are you, Blue Beetle?
I'm here, there, everywhere a criminal tries to hide.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Not till you've confessed to this crime.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, confess, you crook, or I'll choke it out of you.
No. Take me away from here. Take me to police headquarters. I'll confess. Only don't let the Blue Beetle's ghost get me.
All right, boys. Put the handcuffs on him.
All right, Manigan.
Very good work, Blue Beetle, wherever you are, and thanks. But don't forget, someday I'm going to catch up with you. And when I do, I'm going to run you in just on general principles.
That's okay with me, Manigan. But remember, you first got to catch me. So long, Manigan. Give my regards to the commissioner.
And so the Blue Beetle broke up another racket that was preying on unsuspecting amusement seekers. What happened when he fell through the trap door? How did he escape from his living tomb? Let's look in on Dr. Franz's little apothecary shop, where Patrolman Dan Garrett is relaxing after a strenuous night.
Oh, Danny boy, you sure have luck. Don't I? You know, when I felt myself falling, I twisted myself so I landed on my feet. The twist must have thrown me to one side so that instead of landing on the concrete floor, I landed in a fairly deep stream of water that flows under the cellars of that haunted house.
Remarkable.
Wasn't it? What did you do then? Well, I let myself be carried along by the stream, keeping my head above water whenever I could.
And how far did it carry you?
Oh, about 500 feet underground. When I came up in the open, I quickly covered myself with your invisible paint, rushed back to the house, and entered with the police.
Excuse me a minute. Someone's out front in the store.
Well, Doc, I want some quinine. My youngster's got a touch of the flu.
Dear, I'm sorry to hear that. Just a minute. Here you are. That will be 10 cents.
Here's a quarter. Say, did you hear? That mysterious killer on horseback has killed another cop.
Another one? That makes the 6th in as many days. Oh, here's your change.
Thanks. Yep. Strange the police can't seem to do nothing about it.
Well, here's one policeman that's going to do something about it, and right now.
Oh, so it's Patrolman Dan Garrett,
Yes. So long, Doc. If Manigan calls, I'm over at police headquarters.
What is this new scourge that has struck the city? 6 policemen shot in 1 week by a mysterious horseman. Undoubtedly a strange, deadly maniac. Will Dan Garrett run him to earth? Or will it take the Blue Beetle to avenge these deaths? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. And now here's the Blue Beetle to say a few words.
The moral of this story is that courage will often win against any and all odds. If you are right, stick to your gun through thick and thin, and you'll come through somehow. All of the real leaders of our day in every human endeavor have courage. Call it nerve, bravery, whatever you will. But acquire it if you haven't already got it. And hold on to it, for it's very, very precious. This country we live in was built on courage.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine, on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Death Rides on Horseback. A mysterious masked rider has been waging a one-man war on the city's police department. Several policemen have been shot down, murdered in cold blood by this fiend on horseback. Every man on the force has sworn vengeance against this mysterious killer. Patrolmen in pairs patrol their beats, but always the killer marks his victims, shoots him down, and gallops away to a secret hiding place in the vast wilderness of the city park. Can no one track him down? Is there no one to put an end to this one-man blitzkrieg? What is his motive? As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is also the Blue Beetle, is with his friend and advisor, Dr. Franz, in his apothecary shop.
Danny, what are you going to do?
I'm going to get that killer if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Danny. You know this mysterious killer shoots policemen on sight.
I know that. But you'll have to be pretty quick on the draw to beat Manigan and me.
I'd feel easier about you if you were dressed in your blue chain armor of impenetrable steel.
Well, so would I, but first I've got to meet this mysterious horseman in the uniform of a police officer. Manigan and I are going to take a little jaunt through the park in a patrol car.
Well, you'll be best, Danny.
But be careful. I will, Doc. Well, I've got to be moving along. I'm meeting Manigan at headquarters at 10 o'clock. Nearly that now. So long, Doc. I'll see you later.
Well, as I see it, Danny, this mysterious killer may be the Blue Beetle.
What makes you think that?
I don't know. It's sort of a hunch I have.
But the Blue Beetle has never been a killer. At least not of the forces of law and order.
That's true, but still he's always working undercover. He may not be the killer, but it wouldn't surprise me to learn he is in cahoots with him.
You've got the Blue Beetle on the brain.
Maybe so, but someday I'm going to land that baby and...
Hey, what's that stoplight ahead? It's changing.
Okay. Danny, will you see if you can find me keys on the floor there? I think they slipped out of my pocket when I got in the car.
Okay. No, I don't see anything.
All right, cover. He's not turning this.
You got me, Danny. The killer...
Where, Manigan?
In the neck and shoulder. I didn't have time to draw my gun.
I wasn't even looking. Those keys of yours.
Yes, I know, Danny.
Here, move over this way. Let me slip under the wheel.
Where are you going?
I'm going to drive you to the hospital first, and then
No, I'm not hurt by it. Let's get out to that baby that just winged me.
Well, are you sure you can hold out?
Sure I can.
Well, okay, then. Here we go. Off through the park sped the police car after the murdered horseman. Twice the two policemen spied him galloping across the great lawn and around the reservoir. But each time they tried to cut him off, he changed direction and finally disappeared. Late that night, at the little apothecary shop.
Dr. Franz. Hey, Dr. Franz, where are you?
Hello, Danny. What's up? I just ran into the killer and...
You're not hurt?
No, he got Manigan, though. Dead? No, nothing serious, they said at the hospital. Flesh wound, that's all.
How did it happen?
Well, we stopped for the traffic lights in the park. I was looking for Manigan's keys on the floor of the car when suddenly the killer appeared out of nowhere, started firing, and then dashed away in his horse. We gave chase, but lost him in the woods.
What are you going to do now?
Blue Beetle is going to nip this killer and nip him good.
Your chain armor and mask is in the back room there. I rather expected you'd be needing them tonight.
Thanks, Doc. And is my equipment in that secret place in my belt?
Yes, everything is complete.
Fine. I borrowed a horse from the stables, the mounted squad, when no one was looking. He's outside now. As soon as I get into my Blue Beetle armor, there'll be another mysterious horseman in the park. But this one will ride as an avenging angel. Will the Blue Beetle catch the mysterious killer on horseback? What will happen when these two horsemen meet? Can Dan Garrett as the Blue Beetle avenge the deaths of his brother officers on the police force? Let's look in on the editorial rooms of the York City Chronicle.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, that's the Chronicle. Okay, give it to me over the phone.
Charlie, I'm worried about Joan Mason.
She's all in this mysterious killer case.
Yeah, I didn't assign her to it. In fact, I tried to discourage her, but she insisted she was tired of writing about gardens and babies and society chit-chat. Said she craved action.
She'll get action if she runs into the killer.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I've got a couple of our men tracking her just in case.
She's got the stuff reporters are made of, or I don't know anything about her.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Peggy. What? No sign of her since she what?
Say, I told you not to let her out of your sight. I don't care what happens. Get back there and find that Mason girl and bring her in with you, or don't come back. What's happened? That was one of the men I sent to trade Joe. He says he saw her disappear behind some bushes at the foot of a cliff in the wildest part of the park. When he got up to that point, there was no one in sight. Just then he heard hoofbeats approaching. He hid and saw a horseman dash by him, and he... What do you make of it? I don't know. But I'm going to call the commissioner and give him this information. We've got to find that girl.
What has happened to Joan Mason? Who was the mysterious horseman Editor Crane mentioned? Was it the fiendish killer, or was it the Blue Beetle? In the still of the night, a lone horseman steals along one of the park's many bridle paths. Suddenly, he draws rein.
I wonder who that is ahead there, silhouetted against the sky. It may be a mounted officer, or it may be he's moving off, down toward that traffic light on the highway. Let's go, Bright Star. Go up there. You can't escape me. Empty your gun. You can't injure the Blue Beetle.
Oh, it's a Blue Beetle. Try and catch me.
I'm gaining on him. Now for a leap to his back. There. All right, killer. I've got you. Pull up or I'll choke the life out of you.
I can't stop this horse. He's running away.
Give me those reins.
No, you can't stop him now.
And I'll cut him. He's heading right for that cliff.
Here.
Not yet. I've got you, and I'm not going to leave you.
If you want to die, all right. Here we go.
What happened? Did the Blue Beetle, riding behind the killer on the killer's horse, ride to his death against the side of the rugged cliff? In a cavernous hall, a masked figure stands over the prostrate form of the Blue Beetle.
At last, I have the pleasure of entertaining the Blue Beetle in my secret hideout.
What happened? Where am I?
You're in a subterranean hideout. My trained horse stopped short as we entered, and you flew over his head and landed on yours.
But the rock wall.
It opened to receive us. There's a secret entrance controlled by photoelectric cells, set up high in 2 trees outside. Only a tall person on horseback passing between that can break the circuit which opens the secret entrance.
Very ingenious. And now?
Now I wish to talk with you. That's why I have you there in that cell. Why I led you into this rest house.
Rest house?
Yes. The Blue Beetle has been so active recently that we feel he should have a rest. Perhaps a permanent rest.
I see. You say we. Then you are not in this alone.
By no means. I'm only an agent. A special agent of a very powerful political ring who wish to discredit the present commissioner of police and put in their own.
You think that murdering a policeman in cold blood, as you have done, will discredit him?
Listen. Cops killed my brother. I hate cops. If you were a cop, I'd have shot you down like a dog.
You're insane.
No, ambitious.
For what?
Power.
What can you hope to gain by murdering policemen?
Cops are $1 a dozen. They'll never be missed. But if we can make the citizens lose confidence in the present administration, we can put our own men in command of the city.
You'll never put it over.
Who'll stop us?
The Blue Beetle.
What? So where you are? In that cell? Don't make me laugh. Listen. You think you're smart because you cleaned up a few so-called big shots. You never even got near the top. Why, when I'm commissioner of police, yes, me. The political power I represent has promised me the job. There's only one person standing in my way.
Who?
You. I'd have put you out of the way long ago. But Scarletti...
So it's Scarletti that's behind all this.
Yeah. I don't think for a minute you'll ever have a chance to spill the beans unless you agree to come in with us. You'll end your career in this little cell. The chief admires you and can use you. He wants you to be on our side. He wants you to to lay off his friends. Now, there's plenty of dough in it for all of us, and you'll get yours. I don't think you can agree to work with us and then double-cross us. We'll be wise to any trick you try to pull.
I see. When does Scarletti want his answer?
Take your time. There's no hurry. Take a week to rest up here. You've been pretty active recently. You need the rest. Of course, there's no food here, no drinking water. Unless I open this valve to the park reservoir and flood your cells. But what's a little thing like that to the Blue Beetle?
The answer is no. Go ahead, do your worst. Tell Scarletti that I say there's not enough money in the United States Mint to buy the Blue Beetle. I'll get Scarletti and others like him, no matter how high I have to fly.
All right. I'll take your message to Scarletti, but when I return, you won't be alive to hear his answer. Now let's see you swim out of this, Mr. Blue Beetle.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle now? Can he escape from this subterranean prison before the water reaches the level of his mouth? What has become of Joan Mason, the girl reporter who vanished just outside the secret hideout? Far away in another part of the city, Dr. Franz is working in his laboratory.
Strange, I haven't heard from Danny. I hope he hasn't... Ah, that must be Danny now. Hello?
Hello. Well, is that you, Doc? Can you hear me all right through this portable wireless telephone?
Yes, Danny. Where are you?
I'm imprisoned in an iron cell below ground somewhere in City Park. I'll tell you more about it later.
What can I do to help?
I need some more electric juice in my magic ray machine.
Yes.
If I can get some more juice, I may be able to burn through these iron plates before the water rises too high.
Water rises too high? Are you in danger?
Look, Doc, please don't ask questions. Just do as I say it. Your only chance to help me.
All right, Danny. I'll do what I can.
Good. Now hook up that I have here to the radio locator. Turn in the midget antenna in my Blue Beetle helmet and shoot some energy through to me. You know, like you did last time.
Certainly, boy, certainly. Just a minute now. There's the locator working. 2 points west and a half more. That's it. Hello, Danny. Danny, my dial indicates contact.
Okay, Doc. Okay, shoot the juice through.
Here it comes. Hello, Danny. Are you getting anything?
Yeah, sure thing, Doc. Coming through fine. Fire in my magic ray is building up. Now look, I'm going to try to burn my way out of here. I have to work above my shoulders. The water's up to my chest already.
Well, hurry, Danny, hurry.
Listen, Doc. Listen, here it burns. I'm cutting right through the steel with my magic ray.
Hurry, Danny. Hurry, boy, hurry.
Doc, can you give me a little more juice?
I can't give you any more. You're getting the limit.
Okay, Doc. Okay. The water's up to my neck, but there's only one more side to cut away. Then I'll be able to put...
Danny! Come on, can you hear me? Answer me, Danny! I'm coming, Danny!
And so, Chief, I turned on the valve and let him drown. I am sorry. He was a clever boy, but too honest. What do you want done with that girl reporter? She must disappear permanently. I'll take care of it. Good. Listen, I am a respectable businessman. Everybody know I'm a respectable. I am a friend to everybody. You are my agent. You take care of things. Someday you'll be police commissioner. Thanks, Chief. And now you go. Take Rocco and a Bugsy with you.
No, this way. Nobody must see you leave my house. And remember, if my name is connected with this, you will also disappear permanently.
Meanwhile, in the subterranean hideout, a ghostly figure is stealing up a winding stairway. Ahead of him, a spotlight plays on the wall as he mounts. In the middle of that circle of light is a large blue beetle.
What's that noise? Just a minute. I'll see what I can do for you. Yes, the Blue Beetle. Who are you?
John Mason of the Chronicle.
How did you get in there?
Some man put me in here. Hey, don't ask questions. Get me out of here. I'm cold and I'm
No,
hungry.
now, take it easy. I'll see if any of the master keys I have will fit. There you are.
Thanks.
Hey, you're a good-looking girl.
Never mind the compliments. Let's get out of this place.
First, tell me how you got in.
Well, I told the editor of my paper I wanted to work on this case.
Dangerous work for a girl.
Oh, I love danger.
You must. Go on.
Well, today I saw a horseman disappear in the bushes at the foot of the cliff. When he didn't reappear, I grew suspicious. So tonight, I decided to investigate. Just as I pushed my way through the bushes, I heard a horseman coming. I ran along the foot of the cliff. I must have tripped and fallen, because the next thing I remember, I was lying at the bottom of the old abandoned bear pit.
Yes? And then what happened?
I noticed a large iron trap door in the floor of the pit. I raised it and found a flight of stairs. It was pitch dark, but I decided I was going to finish what I started. So I descended.
In pitch darkness?
Yes, I've got to show that editor that a woman can make as good a reporter as any man living.
See, that accounts for it. Go on.
Pretty soon, I turned a corner. I saw a light. By lantern light, a man was reading some documents. He must have heard me because he flashed a spotlight in my eyes. I turned to run, but it was too late. He grabbed me and put me in that room there where you just found me.
How would you like to help me catch the killer? And also get a front-page scoop for your paper.
I love it.
Very well. I think we're going to see some action very soon. You stay hidden until I can get a gun for you. Can you shoot?
Sure, I'm a Texas Ranger's daughter.
Lock the girl's cell and bring it down to my office.
Oh, boy, will I? She's a
I can't be.
Why, he's very much alive and ready to nip.
Douglas, cover the agent. You mustn't get out of here alive.
We'll see who gets out of here alive, you foul murderer. Your time's up.
Oh, yes? Well, I can still shoot.
Your killing days are over. You can't injure the Blue Beetle. Little kick with my foot and you're disarmed. And this, and you're out like a light. Come on, you son, Roscoe or Paco or whatever your name is. You're first.
Hey, boss, you get in from that side. And I'll get him from
And the Blue Beetle will get you both like this, by the throat. I ought to strangle you both, but I'll let the law do that. You and your chief here and the old so reputable Scarletti. There, I'll just knock your heads together. Let go of you, and let you fall. Miss Mason, you can come out now.
No, I'm already out. I had these men covered with the gun you kicked out of the killer's hand.
That's fine. Now, here's your chance to get a scoop for your paper.
Well,
Do you know Scarletti?
sure. He's the big wine distributor.
Yes, and he's also the top man of the underworld. He's bigger than the Duke, the Octopus, and a lot of others.
Really? That respectable businessman?
The same. If his scheme for political control had clicked, the killer there would have been made commissioner of police.
That murderer?
Yes,
What a diabolical scheme.
yes. The city would have been systematically robbed and the police made helpless.
Oh, what a story for the Chronicle. Well, this story will make me.
I hope so.
What are you going to do?
Blue Beetle has one more call to make tonight. Hello. Hello. I'm telling you, I'm a respectable businessman. No. How much money? Summertime, I wish I was not so honest. No, I don't want some part of it. Why you not talking to someone like the Adder? He's a crook, but me, I'm a respectable businessman. Goodbye.
Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle, you hypocrite.
Why, you come here. I'm a respectable...
Yes, I know you're a respectable businessman to most of the world, but not to the Blue Beetle.
What do you mean? You know canopy. That's the noise.
That's the law. Coming for you, Stollery.
No.
Yes, your sins have found you out. Your candidate for police commissioner is already a prisoner. Incriminating documents connecting you with many murder projects and underworld rackets are in the hands of the York City Chronicle and will be published. Put down that gun, Stollery. It's too late, folks.
Oh. You choose suicide rather than face the music. Well, your death will help to clean up a lot of rackets.
Open up in the name of the law. Open this door. Break it in, Patrolman Manigan. The Blue Beetle has a present for you. All right, Blue Beetle. All right, I've got you covered. Wait. He's gone.
Hey, Manigan, look on the floor there.
He's wounded. There's a note pinned to his body. Yes. It says, Gillespie, king of the underworld. A present from the Blue Beetle to Detective Manigan.
Again, the Blue Beetle has crossed swords with gangland and come off the winner. Can the great city now rest in peace? Will the criminal elements lie low now that their hypocritical chief has been unmasked? Let's look in on Dr. Fran's little apothecary.
Danny, you certainly had me worried when your voice was suddenly cut off in that flint cell.
Well, that was a close call. The water rose to the level of my mouth just as I finished cutting a way out of it. I had to swim underwater to the stairway, but when I reached that, I was safe.
Well, now, Danny, you'd better get some rest. It's almost daylight. You can turn in on the couch.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I
think I will. Excuse me. Hello? Who? Dan Garrett? Yes. Yes, he's here. Oh, Danny, it's for you.
Okay. Hello? Dan Garrett speaking. Oh, hello, Manigan. You did? Gee, that was great. You ought to get a promotion. Huh? Insurance racket. Well, that sounds like an interesting assignment. The commissioner wants to see me at 8 o'clock in his office? Okay, I'll be there. Good night. Sorry, Doc, I can't stay with you. I've got to get home and lay out my dress uniform. I'm due at the commissioner's office in a few hours, and I've got to look my smartest. So long, Doc. There's no rest for the law.
And so Dan Garrett gets ready for a new assignment. What will develop in the insurance racket? What new dangers will he face? Can it be that there are still some criminal masterminds at work in the great city? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in.
the Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is entitled The Sea Serpent. Rumors have reached the city that a sea serpent has been ravaging the nearby coast. Already, several bodies have been washed ashore. Each of them has borne the mark of a serpent's fangs. What is behind these rumors? Are they true? Is there really a sea serpent ravaging the coast? Or is there a definite plan on foot to frighten people away from the shore resort? As our story opens, Dr. Franz is listening to the radio while dusting the shelves of his little apothecary shop and awaiting the usual morning call of his young friend, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is really the Blue Beetle.
Morning, Doc. Oh, hello, Danny. Hey, what's that, a radio? Don't tell me you're going to modernize this quaint little shop of yours. Oh, it's not that bad. I just thought I'd like to have a little music once in a while. The customers also like to get the baseball scores and the news. Fine. What are you and Mike Manigan doing these days? Any special assignment?
No, it's been a little quiet since we chased those racketeers out of Chinatown.
What do you think about this sea serpent scare?
I don't really know what to think. Are there such things as sea serpents, Doc?
Well, the term sea serpent has been associated with huge dragon-like creatures we read about. But as a matter of fact, a serpent can be any size.
According to reports, the bodies of these bathers who were bitten showed signs of having been poisoned.
That's strange.
We interrupt our regular program to bring you a special news bulletin. Breaker City. The body of another bather was brought ashore by lifeguards this afternoon. The bather, a man about 50, showed signs of distress while swimming about 300 feet offshore. His cries for help were immediately answered by lifeguards who rushed to his rescue. However, when brought to shore, he failed to respond to efforts at respiration and died on his way to the hospital. Doctors who examined the man reported finding marks upon the man's leg resembling snake bites. They contend that the man did not drown, but died from the effects of poison. Late news dispatches will be given over this station as received. We continue now with our regularly scheduled program.
That's very strange. Yes, in fact, I'd say the whole thing looks very fishy to me, if you'll excuse the pun.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, our territory doesn't extend beyond the city limits, but I'm going to ask the commissioner to let Officer Manigan and me take a run down to Breaker City and see what we can uncover.
That's a good idea, Danny. The sea air will do you good.
If I go, I'll drop in to see you when I get back.
Are you wearing the poison detector ring I gave you, Danny?
Wouldn't be without it.
You may find it useful on this case. Remember, the stone turns from green to yellow in the presence of poison.
I know. Well, so long, Doc. If I catch a sea serpent, I'll stuff him and bring him back to you.
Sure, it's dark driving through these pine woods.
Yes, and the rain doesn't make driving any easier.
You know, it seems kind of strange to be working on a case in cities. They don't feel right somehow. I guess I missed the feel of the police cap and the shine of me police badge.
You still look like a cop, Manigan.
Do I, Danny?
Yeah. Nobody'd ever mistake you for anything but an honest-to-goodness cop.
Well, and that's what I am. And I'm proud of it. Hey, say, there's a light ahead.
Oh, that must be the lake house. Maybe they can put us up for the night. We can drive over to Breaker City in the morning.
Yeah, that's a swell idea. I'll pull in and you run in and see if they can take care of it.
Okay.
Good evening. Kind of wet outside, isn't it?
Yes. Well weather for ducks.
Traveling far?
My friend and I are on our way to Breaker City. We saw your lights and decided to stop off for the night. Are you the clerk?
I'm the owner. Own several hotels around the lake here.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Got any accommodations?
Sorry, but we're all filled up.
Business must be good. Or has the rain forced the tourists inside?
Yeah, it isn't the rain. We're having the best season we ever had.
Is that so? I thought the summer resorts were complaining about poor business.
Not here at Pine Manor Lake.
Well, I guess we'll have to keep going.
It isn't far to Breaker City. You'll find plenty of accommodation there.
Well, if you're filled up, they'll be too.
I hardly think so. They're not doing so well this season. This sea serpent scare seems to be keeping people away from the seashore. But one man's misfortune is another man's gain. We seem to be getting the business that usually goes to the seashore.
Is that so? Well, that's very interesting. Good night. I'm more anxious than ever to get to Breaker City.
Say, Danny, this is a swell room they gave us overlooking the ocean and only $4 double.
Yes, we must be the only guest in the hotel.
The lobby is as dead as a museum after closing hours.
How about a bite to eat before we turn in?
That's a good idea. Let's go in the coffee shop here.
Sir? Gentlemen? What'll it be?
Some Java, a piece of apple pie a la mode, and a slice of cheese.
Okay. Yours, mister? Well, my friend here is dieting, but I'm hungry. Bring me a glass of hot milk and a toasted roll.
For such a husky lad, you're a small eater, Danny.
But what I eat makes muscle. Say, look through that window out there in the boardwalk. Isn't that Joan Mason of the Chronicle?
Yeah. Well, she's coming this way. And there's a man following her. Hey, Danny, come on.
Take your hands off that girl.
Dan Garrett.
Beat it, Wise guy, or I'll croak you.
You and who else? Drop that gun.
Oh, yeah? Well, how do you like this?
After him, Danny. I can't run. He got me in the leg.
Is it bad?
No, just a flesh wound.
I'd better stay here and look after you and Miss Mason.
Oh, Danny, I was never so glad to see anyone in my life.
Are you all right?
Yes, but what about Officer Manigan here? He can't walk.
I'll be all right if Danny will lend me a shoulder to lean on.
Oh, come on, Mike. We'll get you into the hotel and call a doctor. In the morning, we'll send you back to the city, a wounded hero.
Okay. But right now, I want that piece of apple pie a la mode with cheese and the cup of Java.
Say, Joan, you talked with one of the lifeguards who's made several rescues.
Yes, I told him I was investigating the sea serpent story for the Chronicle.
What did he say?
He said that in each case he'd seen, something that looked like a serpent's tail lash out of the water just before the victim cried for help.
Have you found anyone else who claims to have seen the sea serpent?
No, I haven't.
That's strange.
Yes, isn't it?
Where did you pick up this man who was following you?
In a restaurant on the boardwalk. He came in while I was eating and followed me when I left.
Well, this sea serpent scare is either a practical joker's plan gone haywire, or it's a well-thought-out scheme to ruin the season for Breaker City.
Doesn't look like a joke to me. Mr. Downs, the owner of this hotel, is ready to commit suicide. He's losing thousands of dollars every day.
Well, you better get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning.
What about Manigan?
Oh, I'll put him on the train and ship him back to the city. The doc said his wound wasn't serious, but he won't be much help to us here.
How about meeting me out on the pier? They're pulling in the net to sunrise, and they may catch a sea serpent.
I'll be there with some salt for his tail. Hey, we better hurry, Joan. They're starting to haul in the nets.
I'm right with you. Oh,
Oh, there's Mr. Downs. I want you to meet him. Good morning, Mr. Downs.
Oh, hello, Miss Mason.
This is Dan Garrett.
Beautiful day, sir.
Maybe to some people, but not to me.
You seem down in the mouth.
You'd be down in the mouth if everything you'd strive for was gradually slipping away from you.
I understand you're financially interested in Breaker City.
I own the Sunset Hotel, for one thing.
This sea serpent business is making it tough for you.
Tough is not the word.
I'm on a special assignment from the New York City Police Department investigating this case.
Oh, are you? Well, I certainly hope you can clear up this mystery. It's costing us hotel and concession owners thousands of dollars a day to keep open. There's no business except day excursionists.
Well, I'll certainly do what I can.
Suppose you and Miss Mason come with me. I want you to meet Professor Meredith. He's an authority on fish and such things, and he's in charge here.
I'd like to meet him.
All right, boys. You can begin hauling in the net.
Oh, Professor Meredith.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Downs.
Good morning. I'd like to have you meet Miss Mason of the Chronicle, Mr. Garrett of the York City Police.
I'm happy to meet you both.
Thank you.
By the way, who's that man standing over there? The one with the dark hair.
Oh, that's Fred Nash, one of the lifeguards.
Dan, he's the man.
Yes, I thought I'd seen him before.
I beg pardon?
I was just telling Miss Mason how long it'll be before you pull up the nets.
Oh, they're pulling them up now. In just a moment, we'll discover if our haul contains the sea serpent. All right, men. Bring the net over the pier. And keep the sides up. We don't want to lose any fish. Okay. It's come. That's got it. I'll roll a little bit.
Well, that's quite a haul. Plenty of variety, Professor.
Aren't those sharks there?
Yes, small ones. There's several skates, weak fish, and channel bass.
There's one there that looks like a balloon.
Oh, that's a blowfish.
Well, there's a sea serpent.
Only in the year, Miss Mason. But a big one. Well, I guess we'll have to try again.
What's the use, Meredith? You won't find anything. You might as well admit we're licked and close up.
I'd give a lot to know just what's out there.
Well, I'm going to find out if it's still there.
Why, what are you going to do?
I'm going to find out if these waters are safe to bathe in.
Mr. Downs, you're not thinking...
Yes, I am. I'm going into that water. If the sea serpent is there and wants human flesh, he can have mine.
That's madness.
What have I got to lose? I have no family. Everything I have is invested in this beach. And if I can bathe here, so can everybody else. I'm going to get it over with.
Stop him. He's gone crazy with worry.
Hey, you lifeguards, grab him.
Oh, there he goes, right off the pier.
I'm going after him.
No, Dan. There go the lifeguards. They'll get him.
Keep your eyes on them, everybody. I'm going in, too.
No, Danny, no.
Let go of me, Jones. I'm going out in that rowboat under the pier.
Look, Mr. Downs is swimming away from the guard.
He's a strong swimmer. Whatever made him do it?
This thing has preyed on his mind for a long time.
Look, one of the guards is calling for help.
One of you men run for a doctor and phone the lifeguard station for a pulmotor.
Look, Mr. Downs has grabbed the lifeguard and...
Something's happened to Downs.
He's let go of the lifeguard and it's sinking. Hurry, Danny, with the boat. Oh, the serpent's got Mr. Downs. He's got him. I know it, I know
it. What is this slimy thing that lurks in the waters off Breaker City? Is it a sea serpent or a poisonous fish? Will Danny solve this mystery, or will the Blue Beetle have to go into action? Time later at the Breaker City Hospital, Dan Garrett and Joan Mason are waiting outside one of the private rooms for Professor Meredith.
How is he, Professor?
Mr. Downs is dead.
Dead?
Yes.
Didn't the pulmotor help him?
Mr. Downs didn't die from the effects of submersion. He died from the effects of a poisonous bite.
Then you think...
There were 2 punctures on Mr. Downs' leg, like those left by the fangs of a fairly large serpent.
No one saw anything in the water.
Strange how the effect of that serpent's bite is exactly like the bite of a cobra. The reactions are identical.
Could it be a water moccasin?
You don't find water moccasins in the ocean. And their venom doesn't work in the same way. It works on the blood. Cobra venom works on the nerve centers, paralyzes the muscles, controlling the act of breathing.
Could it be a fish?
I hardly think so. No. The punctures were more like those of a fairly large snake.
There aren't any cobras that live in the water, are there?
Nearest thing I can think of is a serpent which is found in the tropical waters of the Pacific Ocean. But it's never been found in these waters.
Well, I've found out what I want to know.
What are you going to do now?
I'm going back to the city to check with my friend Doc Franz. He may be able to help on this case.
When are you coming back?
I'm not sure.
Well, I think I'll stay a while and see what else I can pick up in this case in my newspaper.
Okay, but keep away from those 2 lifeguards. They're bad medicine.
So you suspect the 2 lifeguards of being implicated in these deaths?
Yes, I do. I'm convinced of it.
What makes you so sure?
All the time I was rowing the boat with the 2 lifeguards and Mr. Downs back to shore, the stone in the poison detector ring was bright yellow.
But perhaps the poison in Mr. Downs' body.
No. You see, after they took him away, the stone was still yellow.
What about the man who tried to abduct Miss Mason and shot Manigan? Didn't you say he resembled one of the guards?
He was one of the lifeguards, but I didn't let on I recognized him. I didn't want to spoil my chances of getting enough evidence to convict him in this larger case by showing my hand in the case of simple assault.
Very wise, very wise. Well, what are you going to do now?
Put on my Blue Beetle armor and mask and...
I'll answer it. Hello? Patrolman Dan Garrett? Yes. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Danny. Long distance.
Long distance. Probably Joan Mason. Hello? Oh, hello, Professor Meredith. What? Joan Mason has disappeared? But she hasn't checked out of the hotel? Well, I can't get down there myself, but I'll see that several of our best men are sent down right away. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
What's the trouble, Danny?
It looks as if someone had kidnapped Joan Mason. Help me with my Blue Beetle costume, will you, Doc?
Why, certainly, Danny, certainly. Where are you going?
I'm driving down to Breaker City.
But you just told Professor Meredith you weren't coming
down. That's
right.
Dan Garrett isn't. But the Blue Beetle is. Certainly pleasanter driving down in the moonlight than it was in the rain. Oh, there's somebody walking ahead of me in the road. He's got a long stick and a flashlight. Probably been fishing by moonlight. Want a lift?
Oh, thanks, mister. Gee, you're going to a masquerade in that costume?
Yes, as the Blue Beetle.
Say, I've heard of the Blue Beetle.
You have, huh? What do people say about him?
Well, they say he's a crusader against crime, and that he's invulnerable.
Probably the truth.
Gee, that's swell. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm taking a ride in the moonlight. Were you going fishing in the moonlight?
No, I'm going home.
Oh. I thought that was a fishing rod you had there.
No, that's for catching snakes. Here, you see the forked end on it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see it now. What do you do with the snakes?
Sell them.
Sell them?
Mm-hmm.
To whom?
Oh, a couple of fellas back there in the woods.
What do they do with them? Eat them?
Eat them? No, folks don't eat rattlesnakes.
You mean to say you catch rattlesnakes alive and sell them?
Sure. Dead rattlers ain't no good to them fellas.
Say, if I gave you $1, do you think you could lead me to the place where these fellows you mentioned live?
Well, sure I can. But you don't have to pay me $1, mister. I'll take you there for nothing.
Okay, son. But you'll get the $1 just the same. I'll turn around at the next crossroad. We'll pay a moonlight visit to your rattlesnake buyers.
So, Miss Mason, it's very unfortunate for you that you got as far as you did with your investigation. I'm sure your newspaper will miss your valuable services.
What are you going to do with me?
Make sure you won't disclose the information you have to anyone.
You can't get away with this.
Oh, you are in error, Miss Mason. We have gotten away with it in the past. We will again. The vacation business has been detoured to Pine Manor Lake. It will still follow that detour after your body is found floating in the ocean, a victim of a poisonous sea serpent.
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't dare? Fred, Joe.
Yeah, boss?
Suppose we leave Miss Mason with the Rajah there for a while we step outside. Her education has been neglected. She has never met a 6-foot cobra.
No, you can't do that. You can't.
Raise the lid of his cage and let him...
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle. He's going to nip harder than your cobra can strike.
Open the cage, Joe, then dive out the window. I've got the Blue Beetle covered with this gun.
Save your bullets. You can't injure the Blue Beetle.
Is that so, wise guy? Well, how do you like this?
Let that be a lesson to you. Never telegraph your punches.
Back up, you Blue Beetle.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, well, how do you like this, Blue Beetle? A rattlesnake around your neck.
You're a fool. No snake can bite through this chain armor. Here, I give it back to you.
Take him off, He'll kill me.
You're yellow when you're cornered, you murderous crook.
Look out, Blue Beetle. Don't stay over the King Cobra's cage. Get me out of here.
Take him off.
Get me out of here.
I'll paralyze him with my magic ray. There, that'll hold him for a while. Now for the one around your neck, Slavitt. There. I should have let you die the agonizing death some of your victims have died.
I'm bitten. I'm poisoned. I'm going to die.
Not by poison, Slavitt. The law will take care of you in the proper manner. Here, Miss Mason, give me a hand. We'll handcuff these lifeguards to the snake's cages. They're still unconscious. Now, put these snakes back in their cages. There.
You certainly have a powerful punch, Blue Beetle.
I need that power. Now, Mr. Slavitt, we'll take care of you.
Keep them away from me. Keep the snakes away from me.
Here, get in this room here.
What are you going to do with me? Don't let them at me. Don't let them at me.
Here, get up on this chair and climb up onto those rafters.
Oh, I can't.
Now, I'll just pull the King Cobra's box over here, under you, and open the lid. Then we'll shut the door and let the Cobra guard you till the police arrive. I don't think you'll try to escape. Come on, Miss Mason. I'll drop you off at your hotel. You can phone a front-page scoop to your paper.
And the heading will be Sea Serpent Hoax Exposed. Murderous racket smashed by the Blue Beetle.
But, Danny, how did the lifeguards operate? They couldn't take the cobra into the water with them.
No, they extracted the poison from his poison sacs, used it in 2 hypodermic needles taped together. The hypodermic syringes were small and easily concealed in the palm of their hand.
But when did they inject the poison into their victims?
As they rescued them. If some poor devil was taken with a cramp and called for help, the lifeguards would swim off or row out to him. Then when they got to him, they'd put their twin needles in him and give him a shot of poison. Those points made a double incision. Then they'd bring him into shore to die a painful death from cobra venom.
What were the rattlesnakes used for?
To feed the cobras. Professor Meredith told me that.
Oh, I see. Well, how do you account for the stories of people actually seeing the sea serpent?
Oh, they let their imaginations run riot after the lifeguards started the serpent story.
I see. And you got your first clue from the poison detector ring I gave you?
Yes, Doc. It was your gift to me that really saved the businessmen of Breaker City from ruination.
Well, you did a good job, Danny.
Yes, but I'm glad it's over. I never liked snakes. I'll fight them whether they crawl on their bellies or walk on 2 feet.
And so another fiendish racket was smashed by the Blue Beetle. What will Dan Garrett's next assignment be? Where will the Blue Beetle strike next in his crusade against the underworld? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Death Strikes from the East. In the city's Chinatown, sons of the Orient are restless, uneasy. The police department expects war between rival tongues to break out at any moment and is prepared. What is behind this uneasiness? Is it something that concerns only the Chinese? Or is there an Occidental hand at work, pulling the strings like a phantom puppeteer? As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is the Blue Beetle, discusses the situation with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, in his little apothecary shop.
You know, Doc, leaning here on this counter, it's hard to realize that you and I are only a few city blocks away from the Orient.
You're referring to Chinatown?
Yeah. Wish I knew what was going on down there.
Do you think rival towns are about to war on each other?
No, I don't.
Then what do you think is causing this unrest the newspapers speak of?
Fear and resentment.
Resentment? Of whom?
Of us.
You mean the police?
No. The white race.
But what have we done to them? We don't molest them.
No, it isn't that. I think there's some sort of a racket going on down there.
Are you going to do anything about it?
Well, I'm going to ask the chief to assign me to a beat in Chinatown.
You'd better be careful, Danny. You could disappear down there and no one would ever find you.
Oh, I'll be careful, all right. I've got a friend down there.
A Chinese?
Yeah. Restaurant keeper, Ling Wan. Cultured gentleman. I saved his life once, and he's never forgotten.
I'd imagine he could be very helpful.
Well, I've got to run down to headquarters now. Maybe Manigan and I can both get assigned to that district.
Well, good luck to you, Danny boy.
Thanks, Doc. So long. Patrolman Dan Garrett is headed for the Orient.
You know, Johnny, it's a wonder to me there ain't more big fires down here in Chinatown.
Why, Mike?
Well, everything's so congested. How's a fire engine ever going to get through here?
Well, I'd be willing to bet that if I should sound the siren on this car, we'd have a clear track ahead almost immediately.
Yeah, them babies can certainly scatter in a hurry. Hey, what's that now?
That bug's smashing up that Chinese restaurant. Come on, Manigan. That looks like Ling Wan's place.
Okay. right, Pete. Lay off or I'll blast you. All right, now, all right. Pipe down. Where's the guy what done this?
The whirlwind has struck. Who knows whither the whirlwind goeth?
Hey, what kind of talk is that? Whirlwind me eye. It was a bunch of hoodlums.
Hello, Ling Wan. Ah, my friend, the Honorable Dan Garrett. After the whirlwind, the face of the sun appears to spread light upon a dark and dreary scene.
I'm afraid the face of the sun has appeared too late to be of any help to you, Ling Wan.
That which has been is done.
Yeah, but we're the law, and we want to know who done it.
Ling Wan, this is my friend and brother officer, Mike Manigan.
The devastation which is mine is honored by the presence of a friend of the brave and honorable Dan Garrett.
Well, now, we'd like to get the facts in this case.
Suppose you let me talk with Ling Wan Manigan. You make a report on this. I've had a hunch something like this was happening frequently here in Chinatown. You say, Ling Wan, that if a merchant refuses to pay tribute money to the one you call the Purple Dragon, or to buy his merchandise through him, his shop is wrecked as yours was just now?
That is true, my friend. The Purple Dragon controls the commerce of Chinatown.
But what happens if the merchant still refuses to deal with the Purple Dragon after his place of business is wrecked?
Some member of his family disappears. If it is an elder son, he meets the hatchet man in some dark street. If a younger son, he is found strangled. If the merchant has only daughters, one of them is kidnapped and offered as a human sacrifice to please the Tibetan earth goddess.
Do you mean to say that they're actually sacrificed? Killed?
There is a ceremonial conducted by the Purple Dragon, which includes human sacrifice. Before the ceremony, however, the victim's hair is cut off and sent to her parents. If a sufficient amount of money is paid, the victim is released.
Good Lord, Ling Wan. Why haven't the police been informed of this?
One does not seek certain death needlessly. The Purple Dragon spies are everywhere.
Well, Ling Wan, you're taking a great risk in having me in your home. But I assure you something will be done immediately to end this state of affairs. Who is this Purple Dragon? Have you any idea? He must be a powerful Oriental.
There is a growing suspicion that the Purple Dragon is not of our race, but of yours.
What? A white man?
I am sorry to say it, my friend, but it is so.
Well, Dan Garrett is going to do something about that. And he's starting right now. I've sworn to uphold the law, to serve justice, to drive every crooked racketeer from this city. This extortion racket must be smashed. Doc, I've never heard of such a fiendish method of extracting money from honest businessmen.
And you say Ling Wan believes the Purple Dragon to be a white man?
That's right.
He must be a very rich man.
Yes, I imagine there are very few who refuse to pay tribute or to purchase their supplies through that crook.
Well, so far as you know, the Purple Dragon has confined his extortion activities to Chinese merchants.
Yes. I feel certain that if his operations extended beyond the confines of Chinatown, the police would have heard of it.
I wonder what the extra's about.
Well, just a minute, Doc. I'll buy a paper.
Read all about it. Commissioner Warren's daughter kidnapped.
Here you are, boy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Read all about it.
Well, what do you know about this, Doc?
Well, what is it, Danny?
Commissioner Warren's daughter was kidnapped last night as she left a dance at the casino.
Commissioner Warren?
Yes, the commissioner of markets.
I wonder what's back of that. The kidnappers can't expect to get much money out of Warren. He's not wealthy.
No, and he's one of our most efficient officials. Say, you don't think...
Well, what is it, Danny?
I'm going over to Commissioner Warren's house and make a little investigation.
Hey, what's that? Someone just threw a stone through the store window.
Oh, here it is. There's a note tied to it.
Well, what does it say, Danny?
It says,
Devastating tornado descend upon honorable place of business. If Inquisitive Patrolman Garrett extend nose into Chinatown. And it's signed the Purple Dragon.
Let me see that note.
Here. Apparently written with a brush, such as Chinese use.
Yes, but it wasn't written by a Chinese.
What do you mean?
The Chinese writing is distinctive. The technique of Chinese brush writing is such that even if the Chinese were writing in English, the brush marks would be distinctively Chinese. This note was written by a man who at one time might have lettered addresses on shipping cases. A shipping clerk, I would say.
Well, that's very interesting, Doc.
The Purple Dragon, or whoever writes his notes for him, is a white man.
Well, Doc, this note spikes my guns. I can't endanger you and your business.
Oh, don't be silly, Danny. Don't be silly. Your duty comes first. I can take care of things here. Just let somebody start something. There are things in my laboratory back there that will make them wish they'd stayed away.
Well, I've got to be going, Doc. Take care now and don't worry. I'm not going to Chinatown. My next call is in the opposite direction. Commissioner Warren, I've been assigned by the police commissioner to do a little investigating in this case.
Yes, I'm glad you have, my boy.
I'd appreciate any information you could give me, Commissioner.
I'll give you what I can.
Have you any enemies?
Yes, plenty of them. In my position, there are bound to be individuals and groups who resent my interference with their attempts to extort money from the firms that do business with the city.
So, there is an extortion racket.
Well, yes. At least I am convinced that many merchants are paying out money to protect their goods and places of business from destruction.
In Chinatown, for instance?
Well, yes. How did you know?
I have a friend in Chinatown.
I see. Well, to be frank with you, I've been conducting a quiet investigation down there.
You think your daughter's kidnapping is in retaliation?
I'm certain it is.
Why?
This note. I received it about an hour ago. Here, read it.
The Tibetan Earth Goddess is angry. You are interfering with her plans. Unless you cease your efforts, you will never see your daughter again. Signed, the Purple Dragon. This note was written by a white man also.
Beg pardon, what did you say?
Oh, I said this note was written...
Excuse, please. Messenger leave package for Honorable Commissioner.
Thanks, Ling Chow. Who was it?
Ling Chow, no, see. Messenger, push button, leave package on doorstep, run away.
All right, Ling Chow, you may go.
Better not open that, Commissioner. Might be a time bomb or some type of infernal machine that'll explode when opened.
It doesn't feel heavy enough.
Any sound of ticking?
Not that I can hear.
Better let me have that package. I'll open it. You stand over there.
Now be careful, Garrett. Boss can't afford to lose men like you know.
Thanks, Commissioner. Well, here goes.
What is it?
A box full of golden hair.
My daughter. Her hair is that color. You don't think that
No, she's not dead yet, but something will have to be done quickly, and I'm going to do it.
What are you going to do, Dan?
I've got a hunch, and I'm going to play it.
What can I do to help?
Call up the Income Tax Bureau and find out, if you can, which 2 or 3 persons in the city showed the greatest increase of income last year. Also, find out anything else you can about them. When you get the information, phone it to Dr. Franz or to me at his shop. I'm certain that one of these persons will prove to be the Purple Dragon.
What does Dan Garrett plan to do next? Will his activities draw down upon his good friend Dr. Franz the wrath of the Purple Dragon? What will happen when the Blue Beetle faces the Purple Dragon? Meanwhile, in a room adjoining the auditorium of a little Chinese theater, deep within the confines of Chinatown, a group of hard-faced men are receiving instructions from their chief.
I want you men to get this straight. There must be no slip-up. At 11:30 tonight, you have Commissioner Warren in this theater, or else. I don't care how you get him here, but get him.
Sure, boys, we'll get him.
Bringing him in the back way.
Put him in one of the boxes to the left of the stage. Is that clear?
Yeah.
You two men stay with him. Tell him if he makes a move to escape, he'll never see his daughter alive again. You got that straight?
Yeah, we got that straight.
Well, then you leave the rest to the Purple Dragon.
In Dr. Franz's laboratory, Dan Garrett is donning the mask and blue chain armor of the Blue Beetle.
Oh, Danny, Commissioner Warren called just before you arrived.
Oh, what did the commissioner have to say?
He said the two most financially successful men last year were Roger Gillespie, the contractor, and a fellow by the name of Anthony Rondos. Gillespie seems to have made a fortune during the building boom last year, and Rondos apparently made a great success of the importing business.
Rondos is our man, I'm sure of it. Where's he live, did Warren say?
Yes, he recently bought the Ridley home.
I know that place.
Yes, Danny, I know. I remember you visited the house secretly one night while you were making an investigation of Banker Ridley's strange death on the operating table.
That's the place. Well, that'll be the Blue Beetle's first call tonight. So long, Doc.
Yes, this is Rondos. What's that? Now listen, Maisie. I won't be able to see you tonight. I'm going with some of the boys to a show. A Chinese masquerade. What? Why, I'm going as the Purple Dragon. Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah. Yeah, well, goodbye. I got to get going.
The Blue Beetle. Yes, Mr. Purple Dragon, alias Tony Rondos, extortionist and blackmailer, the Blue Beetle.
Oh, you're wise to my racket, eh?
Yes, and I'm going to end your racket tonight.
That's what you think. But no one is going to end my racket tonight or any other night.
Don't bother to shoot. Your bullets can't pierce this chain armor I'm wearing. The Blue Beetle is...
Oh, my throat. Good work, Wang Tao. Pull the silken cord tighter around the Blue Beetle's neck. That's enough. He's gone under. Let him drop.
Is the Blue Beetle dead?
I don't know, but tie him up and throw him in the vault downstairs. Oh, here. Here's $100. Buy yourself a new opium pipe. I'm going down to Chinatown. I'll deal with the Blue Beetle later.
I demand to know where you're taking me.
To see your daughter, Commissioner Warren.
Where is she? Where have you hidden her? If you've harmed the hair of her head, I'll see that
Don't
you...
worry, Commissioner. She ain't dead yet.
Her hair's a little short since the Purple Dragon cut it off. But that was necessary for the part she's playing tonight.
Part? What part?
She's playing a part in a Chinese play.
What sort of a game is this? My daughter's not an actress. Let me out of here.
Quiet, Commissioner, if you want to see your daughter again, alive.
All right. What is it you want?
The Purple Dragon wants you to resign as Commissioner of Market.
What? Never. I've sworn to protect the merchants of this city against extortion rackets, and I intend to do it.
Better think it over, Commissioner. This part your daughter's playing is awful dangerous.
Come on, Commissioner. This is the place. In you go. Maybe you'll change your mind when you see the play. Meanwhile, in his laboratory, Dr. Franz is working on some of his interesting experiments.
Now, let's see. 4 cc's of number 17. Someone out front in the store.
Coming? You only same Doc Franz?
Yes, I'm Dr. Franz. What can I do for you?
Only, how do I look in this Chinese costume?
Why, Danny, bless my soul. Well. You know, for a minute, I thought Confucius himself had entered my shop.
And my disguise is good.
Oh, it's excellent, Danny, excellent. But why is the Blue Beetle dressed as a Chinese coolie?
Well, the Blue Beetle is attending a theater party in the old Chinese theater tonight as an uninvited guest. And I think that when the party is over, the Purple Dragon and his extortion racket will be a thing of the past.
Anything I can do to help?
Yes. I saw among your collection of curios an ugly Chinese warrior's mask. I'd like to borrow it for tonight.
Well, certainly, Danny, certainly. I'll get it for you. It's in this chest right over here.
I'm going to throw a scare into some real as well as fake Chinese tonight.
Here it is.
Hey, what an ugly mask. Here, let me put it on. There we are. Now, how do I look?
Oh, terrifying.
That's good. Well, the stage is set and the audience is waiting. Good night, Doc. The Blue Beetle is playing a new role tonight.
In a dimly lit auditorium, a hushed group of Chinese merchants await the performance they have been ordered to attend. In a box at the left of the stage sits a man, apparently the only Occidental present. Beside him sit two grim-looking individuals in Chinese costume. A strange power seems to hold the audience hypnotized as the curtain begins to ascend and reveals a large altar in the center of the stage, surrounded by lighted candles. Upon the altar is stretched the bound figure of a white girl, shorn of her hair and clad in a white silk kimono, embroidered with a large purple dragon. Before the altar stands a gigantic Chinese, his head covered with a golden helmet and his face hidden behind a cruel, hideous mask. His upraised hands clutch a two-edged sword. Back of him, a group of dozen tense, muscled Chinese, likewise masked. Suddenly,
mighty Tibetan goddess angry. The white infidel has defied her will, so Tibetan goddess must be appeased. Human sacrifice must be made upon the altar.
No, that's my daughter.
Tibetan goddess, speak again. Her voice says, death to white maiden.
No, I'll do anything. What is it you demand?
White infidel interfere with priests of Tibetan earth goddess. He encouraged Chinese merchants to withhold tribute. I please, Purple Dragon, demand you resign from high office.
No, I won't resign. This is a racket. You and your gang are cutthroats of figures.
And 3 times earth goddess has spoken. Her verdict is death to white maiden. Only her blood upon this altar will appease earth goddess.
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle. Reincarnation of the Oriental God of final judgment.
There's the Blue Beetle, that crazy Chinese mask up there.
Oh, he's a fake. The real Blue Beetle is in the vault of my home. Wang Chao put him there.
Earth goddess in passion. He calls for sacrifice. Oh, earth goddess, I give you your...
Drop that sword or I'll blast you with my magic ray.
The word of earth goddess is in ruling. He cannot be touched. Ruling gives earth goddess her sacrifice.
Get the Blue Beetle. You ruin our racket. Stop. Empty. Lynch him. One
Down on all of you. Real Chinese, fake Chinese. I can handle you all. This is for you, Muggsy. There goes your masked Purple Dragon. And here you go. And here comes the police to pick up the pieces.
Hey, come on, let's get out of here. The cops are...
Oh, you don't? There'll be room for you in the wagon.
Look out, Blue Beetle, like Chinese, the sword.
That will take care of you. These Chinese devils are soft. Thanks, Commissioner, for the warning.
Hey, you merchants in the audience. Here's your chance to clean up your own racket.
Go to it, China. Clean out the rats that have been infesting your business. No more will the Purple Dragon shake the sword of human sacrifice over your heads. He has been unmasked.
by the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle's work is done.
And so the Blue Beetle smashed another racket and regained for his fellow citizens the admiration and respect of a grateful people. Later that night, Patrolman Dan Garrett, no longer in the costume of the Blue Beetle, sits in Dr. Franz's laboratory discussing the case with Dr. Franz.
Well, Danny, what gave you your first clue?
The package of hair the commissioner received.
And to think that such things can be. Why didn't some of those Chinese merchants report this racket to the police?
Fear of vengeance. You know, Doc, fear is the greatest enemy of mankind. Back of every hatred, every failure, every broken human relationship.
That's very true, Danny.
Well, Doc, I'll run along now. Gotta get some sleep sometime.
That's true. Patrolman Dan Garrett has to rest if the Blue Beetle wants to fly.
Good night, Doc. I'll drop in tomorrow and see how you're coming along with that new portable television set you're building.
So Dr. Franz is working on a portable television set. Will it be successful? How can the Blue Beetle use it to run down criminals? What will be the Blue Beetle's next case? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled The Frame-Up. Stanley Rogers, convicted of killing Bat Doyleson, small-time loan shark and gambler, is in the death house at the state penitentiary, awaiting death by electrocution. Rogers, scion of a prominent and respectable family, claims he shot in self-defense. But the jury thought otherwise. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is really the Blue Beetle, is entering the little apothecary shop of Dr. Franz, his confidant and friend.
Hello, Doc. Where are you? I am back here. Is that you, Danny?
Yes. What are you doing?
I'm working on some experiments in my laboratory. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm feeling great.
I've been waiting for you to show up.
Anything special?
Here's something in the personal column of this morning's paper that might interest you.
To the Blue Beetle. I am desperate. My brother awaits death by electrocution for a crime he did not commit. Can you help me? Brenda Rogers. Well, that must be Stanley Rogers, who shot Bat Doyleson, a small-time racketeer.
Yes. Rather strange case, if I remember correctly.
Rogers admitted he shot Doyleson, but
claimed it was in self-defense. He shot him with a pistol he found in Doyleson's apartment, I believe.
Yeah.
Wasn't it brought out in the trial that Rogers owed Doyleson a large sum of money?
Yes, he borrowed from him on several occasions to cover his gambling losses.
Where did Rogers meet Doyleson?
He was introduced to Rogers by a girl, chance acquaintance at a gambling club.
Oh, it's too bad. Rogers comes of a good family. I can't understand his getting mixed up in such a thing.
Well, he was a little wild at college. Too much money to spend.
Orphaned at an early age, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was really raised by an older sister who spoiled him.
Well, he's certainly in a spot now.
Yes, he is.
What are you going to do about that notice in the newspaper?
Well, I'm going to pay a visit to young Rogers in the death house. Never talk with him.
As Dan Garrett or as the Blue Beetle?
As the Blue Beetle.
But how are you going?
I'd like to use some of your invisible paint, Doc, so that I can get to Rogers without anyone knowing it.
Well, it'll be dangerous if you're caught. I haven't been able to perfect the liquid yet.
Well, it'll serve my purpose. I won't be with Rogers very long.
Well, be careful, Danny boy. Be
I
careful.
will. Don't worry, Doc. Well, I got to get down to headquarters now. If I can, I'll be back later to change into my Blue Beetle chain armor and mask.
I'll be here to help you at any time you want me, Danny.
Thanks, Doc. So long. I'm going to read up a little on the Rogers case. Hey, Manigan, get your feet off that table and stand at attention when your superior officer enters the room.
Hello, Danny. It's you. I was just getting a little shut-eye.
The night's the time for sleeping.
Yeah, I know, but I've been on extra duty lately.
And you have to catch up in your sleep at headquarters.
Yeah, that's it. And besides, I was waiting for you.
I want to ask you a few questions, Mike.
Well, fire away, me boy. If it's about crime and criminals, Officer Mike Manigan is a regular encyclopedia.
Encyclopedia?
Yeah, that's it.
What do you know about Bats Doyleson?
Oh, him. Huh. He was a small-time loan shark before the Rogers boy bumped him off.
Do you think Rogers' killing of Doyleson was premeditated?
No, I don't.
Neither do I.
This Doyleson guy was a bad egg.
Where could I find out more about him?
Well, maybe Charlie Storm of the Sun could help you out.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll give him a ring.
Say, Dan, why are you so interested in this Rogers case?
Huh? Oh, I'm interested in the loan shark racket, and I want to find out all I can about those connected with it. Hello, son? Give me Charlie Storm, please.
And maybe the commissioner would assign us both to it if we asked him.
Later, perhaps, Mike. At present, Oh, hello, Charlie. This is Dan Garrett. Say, what do you know about Bat Doyleson? Yeah? Yeah, Maroney? Top man, huh? Really? That high? Say, that's very interesting, Charlie. I think I'll get busy and really dig into this loan shark business.
Well, Danny, what did you find out at police headquarters?
I phoned Charlie Storm of the Sun.
He should be able to give you valuable information.
He told me that a man named Maroney was the top man in the loan shark racket.
Was Doyleson associated with him?
No. Doyleson's racket was to hang around the gambling halls and racetracks by means of attractive girls in his employ who strike up casual acquaintances with heavy bettors, get himself introduced to a loser as a wealthy playboy whom one might touch for a loan.
I see. But you say he wasn't working with Maroney.
No. In fact, he was planning to set up a rival loan business, working among the poorer class of unfortunate people who really need money.
But that's a legitimate business.
Not the way these loan sharks run it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, let's say a man borrows $100.
Yes?
He also has to take out life insurance for the same people to assure the loan being paid back in case he dies. These costs and interest on the loan are pyramided so that in some cases the borrower has paid over 5 and 6 times the amount of the original loan. He still owes the principal.
Why, that's crooked business.
Of course it is. And that's the racket the Blue Beetle is going to smash.
Where is the Blue Beetle going to light first?
In the cell of Stanley Rogers at the state penitentiary.
Have you the liquid of invisibility, Danny?
Yeah, right here, Doc. I'm going to use it. So long, Doc. The Blue Beetle is going to fly right into jail.
Meanwhile, in the electrocution chamber at the state penitentiary, some officials are testing the lethal equipment.
How about the electrodes, Sam?
Clean as a knife blade, Warden.
And the straps?
All in order, sir.
Have you tried the switches?
I was just about to do that, sir.
All right. Shoot some juice through and check your dial.
Yes, sir, just a moment. I'll give her 1,800 volts and jump it to 2,000.
All right. What's your dial indicate, Sam?
2,000? That should be strong enough for young Rogers.
Yes, too strong, in fact. But the court has ordered his execution, and it's our duty to carry out their order.
Want any more?
Nope. Shut everything off. That's all for today. I'm going to my office. I'd like to see you there later to check details for the execution in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Has Father Callahan seen young Rogers today?
I think he's with him now, sir.
Ask him to see me in my office when he's finished with Rogers.
My son, are there any messages you'd like me to give to anyone?
Oh, what's the use, Father? Everyone thinks I'm a murderer.
Well, what about your sister Brenda? She still believes in you.
What can I say to her that she doesn't already know?
Perhaps a little word of farewell?
Farewell. Farewell. Yes, I'm going to farewell. I'm going to burn for something I didn't do.
There, my son. You mustn't let yourself go like that. Try to face things bravely, secure in the knowledge that there is another life after death.
But I'm not ready for death yet, Father. I want my life now. Why can't somebody do something for me? I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you.
Everything possible to do has been done, my son.
No word from the governor, Father.
I'm sorry, my son. Perhaps later tonight. Your lawyer has been in touch with his secretary. We are all doing everything we can.
Thank you, Father. I'm sorry I acted as I did. Please leave me now. I'd like to be alone.
Very well. Good night, my son.
Good night, Father.
Oh, God, will you come with me, please? I'd like to speak with you a minute.
Sure thing, Father. Right with you.
What was that humming? Was that the sound of...
That was the sound of the Blue Beetle's magic ray.
The Blue Beetle?
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
But I can't see any.
I am invisible.
What are you doing here?
I've come to help you.
Who sent you?
Your sister.
My sister? But how did she...
Never mind how she got in touch with me. Now listen to what I have to say. Speak softly so the guard won't hear you. This invisibility of mine may not last long.
All right.
Now, tell me what happened the night you shot Doyleson.
I didn't shoot him.
But you admitted in court
Yes,
that...
I know I did. And at that time, I thought I had shot him.
I don't understand.
The night of the shooting, I'd gone to Doyleson's apartment to ask him for more time in which to pay my application.
Oh, hello, Rogers. Come to pay your notes?
Well, I'd like to talk it over with you.
Come in. Oh, you know Maroney here?
Yes, I met him at the Golden Pheasant Club.
Hello, Rogers.
Hello, Mr. Maroney.
Well, I'll leave you two together. We've got private business to talk about.
Oh, look, Maroney, why don't you step into the bedroom there and wait till I finish with Rogers? Won't take long, and you and I can finish our business.
Okay, but make it snappy. I ain't gonna all night.
Now, what have you got to say, Rogers?
Well, I can't tell you what I owe you now. If you'll wait till I get the principal of my father's estate next year, I'll pay you double.
I can't wait that long. When I lend money, I got to get it back to lend to somebody else. That's how I make a living.
But I thought...
Don't be silly. Now, listen. Every dollar I lend brings me back $5 or even $10 interest. The guys that borrow from me pay me back, or else.
But I can't pay you back now.
Well, then tomorrow morning, your boss is going to know about this.
You can't do that. I'd lose my job at the bank. The disgrace would kill my sister.
Say, there's an idea. Your sister's got what it takes. She's a swell-looking gal. I could use her in my business.
What do you mean?
I could use her at the gambling joint. She could lead the customers on, persuade them to gamble heavily. They lose money, need to borrow, then she introduces them to me.
That's what happened to me.
Sure. That's the way the old Army game works.
Why, you dirty, slimy rat. My sister wouldn't wipe her feet on you.
Well, maybe after I told her the jam you're in, she might consider my proposition. That is, if she loves you. Maybe she'd be worth more to me.
You wouldn't dare approach her with any...
Ah, go on, beat it, kid. I got other business tonight.
I won't leave this room till you promise not...
Beat it, I say, or I'll bounce something off your head. Go on.
You bounced nothing off my head. This will stop you.
Put down that gun, Rogers. You can't get away.
And that's just the way it happened. Then you did shoot Doyleson, Rogers.
I thought I did at the time, Blue Beetle. In the excitement, I imagined I pulled the trigger. But since then, as I think back, I know I didn't pull the trigger of that gun.
Did you take the gun to Doyleson's place with you?
No. I saw it lying on the table near where I was standing in Doyleson's apartment.
But a bullet was fired from that gun. Maroney testified. Wait a minute. Maroney. Say, that gives me an idea.
You think you can save me from... I don't want to die. I didn't shoot Doyleson. I didn't.
Take it easy, Rogers. Look, call the guard and ask him to get the warden here in a hurry. Tell him you want to make a statement.
But what good will that...
When the guard unlocks the cell door to let the warden in, I'll slip out.
All right, I'll do it. Oh, God! God! I want to see the warden. Oh, warden! Oh, warden!
What has the Blue Beetle in mind? Who is Maroney? And what has he to do with this case? A little later, Dan Garrett is sitting in Dr. Franz's laboratory in the rear of the little apothecary shop.
But, Danny, what makes you think Maroney shot Doyleson?
I don't know. Just a hunch, I guess.
But apparently only one shot was fired. According to Maroney's testimony at the trial, it came from the gun that Rogers held.
That's Maroney's testimony. He had just as much of a motive as Rogers for wanting Doyleson out of the way.
You mean his rival loan racket?
Precisely. Doyleson was muscling in on his territory, as I told you. And Maroney was there that night to threaten Doyleson, I'm sure of it.
But Rogers admitted on the stand that he pointed the gun at Doyleson, fired it, and Doyleson dropped with a bullet through the heart.
But did the bullet that killed Doyleson come from the gun held by Rogers?
Well, that I don't know.
I'm going to call the ballistics department right now. Check with our expert, Pat Sullivan.
Go ahead, Danny. There's the phone right there.
Thanks. And another thing. Rogers must have been an expert marksman to have shot Doyleson through the heart.
The distance was about 20 feet, wasn't it?
According to testimony. Hello? Hello, police department. This is Patrolman Dan Garrett. Say, give me ballistics. Hello, Sullivan? This is Garrett. Do you remember the Rogers-Doyleson case? Well, tell me something. Was any examination made of the bullet extracted from Doyleson's body to establish the fact that it was shot from the murder gun? Is that so? Yes, I understand. Say, could you get hold of the gun and the bullet and check them? Oh, thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What did he have to say?
The bullet was never checked against the gun.
Well, that's strange.
Yes, it is.
But Sullivan's going to check them now, isn't he?
Yes, and the Blue Beetle is going to check on Mr. Maroney.
Anything special you'd like to take with you?
Yes, Doc. What about the midget portable television set you were working on?
Well, it isn't ready yet.
Well, how about the midget portable sound recording device?
Oh, that's ready. I'll get it for you.
Thanks, Doc. I'll need it tonight.
All right. Here you are, Danny. Now, just slip it under your Blue Beetle armor.
Okay.
And where will the Blue Beetle fly tonight?
To call upon Mr. Maroney first, and then upon the governor of the state.
Hello? Yeah, this is Maroney. Say, listen, you ain't letting anybody get through to the governor, are you? What? That's right. Keep everybody away from the governor. You know what'll happen to you if someone gets to him with a plea for a stay of execution? Well, see that you keep on the job. You're the governor's private secretary. Should be easy. Okay. But remember, if Rogers don't burn, it'll be just too bad for you. Goodbye.
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Well, what do you want, masquerader?
The murderer of Fats Doyleson.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got the wrong address.
You want the state penitentiary.
You shot Doyleson, Maroney.
Yeah? How are you going to prove it?
With the bullet that killed Doyleson. And your gun there.
Think so? Well, I'll just give you a taste of this gun like I gave Doyleson.
Emptied your gun, Maroney, just as I thought you would.
Why, you...
Your bullets can't injure the Blue Beetle. Give me that gun.
Come and take it, wise guy.
That'll be easy. And I'll take your confession just as I recorded it. On the device under my Blue Beetle armor. Back on your heels, murderer. Back on your back. That'll keep you quiet for a while. I'll just tie you up and take this gun. The cops are already on their way over here. There's a hot seat waiting for you, Maroney.
Any other business, Jennings?
No, Your Excellency. It's nearly morning, sir. Why don't you get some rest?
I think I will. You know, it's strange no one has approached me with a petition for clemency in this Rogers case.
Well, Your Excellency, it was a case of deliberate murder.
Well, what's it sound?
The Blue Beetle.
Blue Beetle?
Yes, Your Excellency, and yes to you also, you gangster-controlled private secretary.
I'll call the police, Your Excellency. This is an impudent...
Stay where you are, Jennings. I want you and the governor to hear something.
But I've no time for things like this. I've got to get some rest. Besides, this is highly irregular.
Yes, but an innocent man's life is at stake. In 20 minutes, Stanley Rogers may be dead. Unless you sign a stay of execution, Your Excellency.
But there's no reason, no new evidence.
Here's new evidence, Your Excellency, right here, in this little black box, this portable recording device. Listen.
Hello? Yeah, this is Maroney. Say, listen, you ain't letting anybody get through to the governor, are you? What? That's right. Keep everybody away from the governor. You know what'll happen to you if someone gets to him with a plea for a stay of execution.
What's this?
Well, see that you keep on the job. You're the governor's private secretary.
Oh,
It should be
Jennings.
easy.
Well, I
Keep quiet, Jennings, and listen.
Okay. But remember, if Rogers don't burn, it'll be just too bad for you. Goodbye. The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle. Now, what do you want, masquerader?
Murderer of Bats Doyleson.
Oh, yeah? Well, you've got the wrong address. You want the state penitentiary.
You shot Doyleson, Maroney.
Yeah? How are you going to prove it?
With the bullet that killed Doyleson and your gun there.
Think so? Well, I'll just give you a taste of this gun like I gave Doyleson.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters.
No. I don't want to die.
Steady, son, steady.
Oh, all right, Father. I'm all right now. It was just the sight of that.
Faster, pilot, faster. An innocent man's life is at stake.
He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Sit here, my son.
Adjust the straps.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death,
Faster, driver, faster. An innocent man's life is at stake.
I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff,
10 seconds.
they comfort me.
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle, with a reprieve from the governor.
What sort of a ghastly joke is this?
This is no joke, Warden. The Blue Beetle comes as a messenger of justice. Here, take this paper. You'll find it's a bona fide stay of execution, signed by the governor of this state.
But I don't understand.
You're about to electrocute the wrong man, Warden. Stanley Rogers is innocent. The real murderer is on his way here under police escort. I hope you'll have the guest chamber ready for him. Good night, gentlemen. The Blue Beetle's job is done.
Just in the nick of time, the Blue Beetle saved an innocent man from death in the electric chair. Only 10 seconds between death and life for a foolish lad who liked to gamble. Later in Dr. Franz's little apothecary shop, Patrolman Dan Garrett is discussing certain features of the case with Dr. Franz.
What did Pat Sullivan, the ballistic expert, find when he checked the murder bullet? That the murder bullet was fired from a gun I took from Maroney. But that still doesn't account for the fact that the gun Rogers thought he fired at Doyleson showed that a bullet had been fired from one chamber.
Well, I hopped over to Doyleson's apartment before I came here. There's a bullet embedded in the woodwork behind the piano. I phoned the inspector, and he's sending someone over to investigate and make photographs.
Then you
Maroney fired that bullet into the wall out of the gun Rogers dropped after he ran from the apartment.
I see. Maroney must have shot Doyleson with his gun from the door of the bedroom as Rogers was pointing his gun at Doyleson.
That's correct.
And in the emotional stress of the moment, Rogers believed he himself actually fired the shot.
Yes, Maroney realized that and framed Rogers.
Oh, shameful, shameful. And to think that the governor's secretary was involved in this.
Well, he was in fear of his life. He didn't dare cross up Maroney.
Well, Danny, you've done a fine night's work. You'd better get some rest.
Yes, Doc. I can use it. Well, so long. I'll see you later. Dan Garrett is going to put the Blue Beetle to bed.
And so the Blue Beetle has done another noble deed, saved a life, and brought a murderer to justice. What will his next adventure be in his crusade against crime? That question will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Spirits Don't Talk. In every city and small town throughout the country, there are certain individuals who claim to have supernatural powers, mediums who claim that through them the dead speak. Only a few have firmly believed in their supernatural power and endeavored to use it for good. Even they have been exploited for dishonest purposes by unscrupulous individuals and groups of individuals. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is really the Blue Beetle, is discussing the fortune-telling racket with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz.
Tell me, Danny, why is it the district attorney hasn't done something about this situation?
Well, in the first place, it's hard to get witnesses to testify against these fortune tellers and mediums. In the second place, what can witnesses testify to?
That they were told that
they'd take an ocean voyage or meet a blonde man who would be the great love of their life. Can't put anybody in jail for that.
No, I suppose not.
That isn't the part of this racket that causes the police and the district attorney concern.
Well, what does?
You see, when a person starts going to fortune tellers, he or she is a marked man or woman. He or she is registered, as it were, by a great ring.
Registered? Ring?
Yes, everything about the client is noted by the fortune teller. Assistants note the wearing apparel, its quality, style, where purchased, and so on. Traits of character are studied, weighed, and measured. Clients are urged to talk about themselves. If possible, names and addresses are secured. All this information goes into a central bureau to be tabulated and cross-indexed for future reference.
Well, bless my soul. I had no idea such an elaborate system existed.
Sure, there's a regular ring that controls the racket.
Well, what about spiritualism and mediums? Are these so-called mediums part of this racket?
Most of them. They constitute the most dangerous part of the racket.
How do you mean?
Well, when they get hold of a client, some susceptible individual who believes it's possible to talk to the loved ones who've died, they work on that individual's mind, influence that individual to commit acts he or she would never think of committing if left alone.
What's the connection between fortune tellers and mediums?
The fortune tellers pick out easy marks, and if considered worthwhile material to work on, they're inveigled into visiting a spiritualist or urged to sit in on a seance.
My. People are so gullible.
Yes, they are. They have to be protected from themselves.
Somebody's in the store. I'll be back in a minute.
Probably Mike Manigan. If it is, send him back.
Hello, Doc. Is Danny the daredevil dude patrolling this beat?
Yes, Danny's back in the laboratory.
They're probably cooking up a witch's brew of some sort. You mind if I go in?
No, go right back, Officer Manigan.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Danny. Are you ready to visit the mediums?
Ready and waiting. Hey, you look very smart in your civvies.
Yeah, I think your advice was good. They'll never suspect we're cops in these clothes.
I don't know about that. My wind-blown bob and your red face. You don't look like bookkeepers.
Where are you two boys going?
To a seance.
You mean seance, Doc?
Yeah, we're going to talk with the dead.
Who's the medium?
Well, he calls himself Professor Windrip.
And where's the seance being held?
At Windrip's house out on Elm Street. You know, that old place that sits back from the street?
Yes, I know it. People used to say it was haunted.
That's the place.
Well, come on, Patrolman Garrett. Pardon me, Mr. Garrett.
You go ahead, Mike. I want to ask Doc something. I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay, I'll wait out front for you.
Say, Doc, can I borrow your X-ray camera with a special infrared lens?
Oh, certainly, Danny. I'll get it for you.
Now, what can I carry it in?
Oh, here. It's quite flat. Here it is. Here, put it in this briefcase.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I'll see you later, if the spirits don't get me.
In another part of the city, an interesting discussion is being held. Banker James Henley is talking with his son John and his nephew William.
I want you, John, and you, William, to accompany me to the seance, Professor Windrip. May you be able to communicate with my dead son, Rodney.
Oh, Dad, it's all a fake. This spiritualism and mediums and such stuff. I don't believe Professor Windrip or anybody else can communicate with the dead.
Well, I do. You only have to take one look at the professor to know that he's unusual. He has that faraway expression that psychic people have.
Oh, nonsense.
William is right, John. Professor Windrip is gifted beyond most mortals. I'm sure he will be able to communicate with my elder son who was killed in Spain. Perhaps Rodney will be able to advise me in my financial affairs. He was always so right about things. I'm getting old, and I need his advice.
Yes, and I'm sure his advice will still be good, Uncle James.
Yes, William. I'm glad you have the right attitude toward these things.
Well, let's get started to the seance. The sooner we get there, the sooner it will be over.
Who's going to be out at Windrop's place, Danny?
Not sure. Charlie Storm with his son told me that Banker Henley's a frequenter of Windrop seances.
Well, how are we going to get in there?
Charlie got me 2 cards from a girlfriend of his, who's a hostess in one of those gypsy tea rooms.
Do you think they'll suspect us?
I don't know, but let me do the talking. You just keep still and look psychic.
And how does a guy look when he looks psychic?
Just stare straight at everything and everybody. Just as if you were looking through them at the immortal spheres.
That's the way I look when I've been hit on the head.
Well, I'll stock you one before we go in, if that'll help.
Yeah, never mind. I can look psychic without your help.
Okay. That's the house ahead.
Yeah, it's a pleasant-looking spot for a murder. Are you healed?
No, I didn't bring a gun.
Well, I did. And if any goes to the pot of spirit, that's gay with me. I'm going to use it.
Well, here we are. Come on, Mike, and remember to look psychic.
Okay, Danny.
Good evening. Are you expected?
We have cards.
Very good. Will you come in, please? The seance is about to begin.
Thank you.
Who are these gentlemen, Gertie? They have cards, sir.
Are you Professor Windrop?
Yes, I am.
This is Mr. Michael P. Manigan, and I'm Mr. Van Norden Garrett. We were recommended to you by the Gypsy Tea Room. My friend here is psychic.
Oh, I see. Well, come in, gentlemen. Right in here. This is Mr. James Henley, the banker, his son John, and his nephew William, Mr. Manigan and Mr. Garrett. Pleased to meet you. Now, will you all take seats, please? You and Mr. Manigan sit here, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you.
We sit in a circle and hold hands. Mr. Henley, you sit here on my left, between Mr. Garrett and me. John, you sit on my right, and William, you sit next to your cousin John, between him and Mr. Manigan. Here we are.
This is a lot of poppycock.
John, be quiet. If you don't want to sit in, leave the room.
Oh, all right, Father. I'll keep quiet.
I'm afraid your son is not in a receptive mood, Mr. Henley.
No, he'll be all right, Professor. He's young, that's all.
Yes. Now, we'll each take the hand of the persons on either side of us, and I'll put the lights out with this switch in the floor at my feet. Quiet, everybody. Relax. Banish thoughts of this mundane world, and let your minds wander out into the infinite. What was that sound?
My teeth chattering.
Is that you, Rodney, my son?
Yes, Father. Your son who was killed in Spain.
Speak to me. Rodney, are you well?
I cannot rest. A heavy burden lies on my soul.
What is the burden on your soul, Rodney?
My brother John does not love you. Only William loves you.
That's a lie. William is a crook. This seance is...
Lights. Switch on those lights.
What happened here?
John, what's wrong?
We're 9 feet. What happened? What happened here?
Oh, look, my son John there on the floor.
Stand back, everybody. Manigan, cover those exits. He's dead, all right. Stabbed in the back.
Wait a minute. What is this? Who are you to give orders in my house?
Patrolman Dan Garrett. My psychic friend is Officer Manigan.
And if anybody attempts to leave this room, this gun of mine will speak. And it won't be a psychic message either. Call headquarters, Danny. This is a case of murder.
later, back at the little apothecary shop of Dr. Franz, Dan Garrett and Dr. Franz are examining 2 photographs which have just been developed.
Now, Doc, this is the first one I snapped with the X-ray camera. It shows the interior of the room where the seance was held.
What's that dark spot there on the wall?
Where? It looks like a loudspeaker behind a large painting.
That's probably where the voice came from that old man Henley thought was the voice of his dead son, Rodney.
Yeah, he was the old man's favorite son. He volunteered to fight in Spain and was killed in battle.
Let's see the other photograph.
Yeah, right. I took this one just as John said. This is a lie. Shows the group seated in a circle.
Look there.
It's the murderer. His hand is clutching the dagger, raised to strike.
It even shows the cotton he wrapped around the hilt to avoid leaving fingerprints.
This photograph alone will convict the murderer of John Henley.
Are you going to phone police headquarters to hold him?
No. If they hold him, we may not be able to run the higher-ups in the racket there.
Oh, then you think the murderer of John Henley was not the top man?
No. He was just part of the ring. The brains of the racket are higher up.
But they should have realized that John Henley's death would bring down the police on their necks.
Somebody made a miscue there. I don't think the ring planned John's death.
What do you think their plan was?
Simply to use the dead son Rodney's fake voice to work on the old man and influence him to let his nephew William advise him. And in time persuade him to make William his heir.
But why?
William is probably being used by this gang of racketeers. If the old man should die, leaving his vast fortune to William, then William would be blackmailed into coming across with a large sum of money to the racketeers.
What devilish things evil minds can think up.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Doc, put those negatives in a safe place.
They'll be safe with me, Danny.
All right. Well, the Blue Beetle is going into action on this gang of crooked buzzards.
What are you going to do?
The Blue Beetle is paying several visits tonight. Before another day dawns, the spiritualist racket will be smashed.
Who is the murderer of John Henley? What will the Blue Beetle discover at Professor Windrip's residence? Whose warped mind is behind all these fiendish schemes to prey upon honest but superstitious and ignorant persons? Off through the night speeds the Blue Beetle in his crusade against crime. In another part of the city, a man is issuing orders to his subordinates. A dark, sinister-looking man whose tight-lipped smile has no mirth in it. His business is creating spirits of those who have departed.
Joe, that last batch of cloth you bought me was certainly cheesy. My old nightshirt would make better ectoplasm than that junk.
Yeah, but you see, boss...
Never mind the alibis. Trade it in and get something thinner. Clark.
Yes, sir.
You still recording famous voices off the air?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See my secretary and get a list of the 400 best families.
Yes, sir.
Call on them one at a time. See if you can sell them the idea of having each voice in the family recorded as a memento for their relatives after they pass on. Make copies of each. We can use them in our seances.
I'll do it right away, sir.
Good. And as you go out, tell Sweeney and maintenance to order 24 more loudspeaker sets through my radio stores. 50 dozen crystal balls and 75 cases of playing cards.
Right away, sir.
Did you send for me, Chief?
Yes. Now, look, my apple-cheeked little trigger man. Professor Windrip phoned me that he has reason to suspect that some photographs were taken at his seance tonight by Patrolman Dan Garrett. The negatives may still be in his possession, or they may be in the possession of Dr. Franz that runs that little apothecary shop. I want those photographs.
Okay, Chief, I'll get them.
If you meet with resistance, let your conscience be your guide.
I got you, Chief. My trigger finger's awful nervous tonight. It must be the weather.
The professor calling, LG. Show him in.
Hello, LG. This is certainly a terrible state of affairs.
When did the cops release you?
Just now. Someone bailed us all out, and I came right to you.
I'll bet you left a trail a mile wide.
No. I changed trains 3 times in the subway. Walked through Ralph's department store and then took a taxi here.
Good.
Well, what do you advise me to do? My business is ruined.
Your business. You should have thought of that before you killed John Henley.
I killed him. You mean William?
I mean you. William wouldn't have the nerve.
But William hated his cousin. He was sitting right next to him.
And so were you.
What makes you think so?
A little bird told me. I've got spies down at police headquarters. They heard the questioning of your people by the police.
Oh.
Yes. Oh. They said you were playing up to old man Henley.
Well,
Now, say, you aren't figuring on trying to double-cross me on this, are you?
Why, no, LG, I assure you.
You'd better not if you know what's good for you.
And what about those two policemen, Mannigan and Garrett?
They'll be taken care of. When the case comes up for trial, they won't be there to testify.
Yes, but the photographs. I'm sure I heard the click of a camera during the seance.
The room was dark, wasn't it?
Pitch black.
Okay. And you don't have to worry. I'll leave everything to me.
Now, what do you think I'd better do now?
Go out to your place and play dumb. I'll be out there later, as soon as I've had a talk with William Henley. He'll probably spend a few days on his uncle's yacht. In the meantime, I've got my men guarding everybody concerned. I imagine the Blue Beetle will stick his nose into this, and if he does, it'll be just too bad for Mr. Blue Beetle. Now, look, Henley. I don't think you killed your cousin John.
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Well, okay. Now, you just take it easy. Lay up to your uncle, and you'll be the white-haired boy. He always believed anything his son Rodney told him.
But this murder, what about that?
We're going to let Professor Windrip take the rap. He's all washed up with us.
I see.
Later, you will introduce your uncle to another medium. We'll go to work on him again, in your favor. You'll be his heir.
Yes, but he may live a long time, and I need money now. My creditors are hounding me, and I can't wait.
Now, take it easy. Take it easy. Just as soon as he makes a will in your favor, he'll meet with an accident.
You mean?
He'll be talking with his dead son, Rodney, direct. Very clever scheme, but it won't work.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle, and he's going to nip. Shall I let him have it, LG?
Drill him.
Go ahead, shoot. Your bullets can't injure the Blue Beetle.
But this belaying pin will.
Good work, Gus, good work. You throw a mean belaying pin, he's off like a light. What'll I do with him? Tie him up. Weight his body with an anchor and toss him overboard.
Okay, LG. Well, Mr. Blue Beetle, you're going for a night swim. And you ain't coming back.
Say, aren't you a bit ruthless, LG?
In my racket, you have to be. Now, you be a good boy, and we'll all be rich.
Well, what are you going to do now?
I'm going ashore. Professor Windrip is going to have a caller and get a big surprise.
All right, Gherkin. I'm going to get some sleep. This has been a very trying evening.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Did you dismantle and hide the phonograph equipment and records?
Yes, sir. Everything's been taken care of. Will you be sleeping late in the morning, sir?
Yes, Gherkin. Call me about noon.
Very good, sir. But,
good heavens. Who can that be at this time of night?
well, I'll see, sir. It may be Mr. L.G., as you call him. Good evening, sir. The master's just retiring.
Well, he'll see me. Oh, there you are.
Oh, yes. What have you found out, L.G.?
The Blue Beetle paid a visit to Henley's yacht while I was talking with William Henley.
Well, how did you get rid of him?
He's bathing in the Sound with a 50-pound anchor tied to his feet.
Great heavens.
Yes, he was in the way. Just as you're in my way, Professor Windrip.
What do you mean?
You're all through, Professor. You almost cleared our racket. I can't wait for the law to take its course. Besides, you might spill the beans.
Oh, no.
I'm taking no chances. I'm going to close your mouth like...
Drop that John L.G. or I'll blast you with my magic ray.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
You must be a strong swimmer, Blue Beetle.
I am, and I learned a few tricks from Houdini. Otherwise, I'd be lying at the bottom of the sound.
Get him, Gherkin! Get him from behind!
Oh, no, you don't. Not this time, Gherkin. The Blue Beetle's on the alert. And here's one for you, Professor Windrip. Murderers. Now I'll take that gun, LG.
Certainly, Blue Beetle.
Here it is, right in the... Just a little jiu-jitsu. Now I've got the gun.
What are you going to do? You've got nothing on me.
Oh, no? I swam back to the yacht after I freed myself from the anchor rope and had a little talk with William. Was he surprised to see me? He's going to talk and talk plenty.
He can't prove who killed John Henley.
But the photographs Dan Garrett took at the seance can.
What do you know about those photographs?
Blue Beetle knows everything.
Now listen, Blue Beetle. Those photographs will never be shown at any trial. Pudgy has seen to that.
What do you mean?
Pudgy's my trigger man. I sent him to interview Dan Garrett's friend, Dr. Franz, the chemist. If the photographs are there, he'll get them or else.
Open this door and I'll break it in.
Well, Mr. LG, the law's caught up with you. Your racket's smashed and you'll burn along with Professor Windrip.
Not yet, I won't. I'll cheat the chair with this poison.
No, you don't. The law's going to send you and the murderous Professor Windrip where you can't cause any more harm.
All right now, all right. Reach for the ceiling. Well, if it ain't the Blue Beetle, Professor Windrip and the limey serpent. What a haul. And who's this?
That's LG, the ringleader of the gang. Just tried to take poison and I hit him. Here, Manigan, catch this gun.
What? Well, okay, Blue Beetle.
Sorry to leave so suddenly.
Hey, wait a minute, Blue Beetle. You're under arrest. Well, hanged if the Blue Beetle didn't dive out of the window. Well, boys, slip the handcuffs on these babies and we'll take them along. I'll catch the Blue Beetle the next time.
And so the Blue Beetle caught and turned over to the police several racketeers. But what about Doc Franz and the photographs? What has happened to them? Has Pudgy carried out the orders of his chief, the infamous LG? Let's hurry back to the little apothecary shop of Dr. Franz.
Doc Franz, where are you?
Hello, Danny. Why, what's your hurry? Are you all right? Never felt better in my life.
But the gunman. Did Pudgy...
Rosy-cheeked, rather confident gentleman called earlier tonight. I was in my laboratory at the time.
Yeah, well, what happened?
He mentioned something about some photographs. Was rather insistent that I give them to him.
Did he...
Yes. He pointed a gun at me.
What did you do?
Squirted a syringe full of concentrated ammonia in his eyes.
Good. Where is he now?
I tied him up to keep him from playing with my chemicals in there.
Oh, that's great. And the photographs are safe?
Everything's under control.
Fine. Those photographs will convict Professor Windrip of young Henley's murder, and William's testimony will take care of LG.
What does LG stand for, Danny?
Well, according to William, LG stands for live ghost, a man behind the spirits. Well, if you'll excuse me, Doc, I'm going to turn in. The Blue Beetle's had a very busy night.
And so all loose threads were tied together, and another racket smashed, thanks to Dan Garrett, Mike Manigan, Dr. Franz, and the Blue Beetle. What new adventure awaits the Blue Beetle? This question will be answered in the next episode of the Blue Beetle. And now, here's the Blue Beetle himself to say a few words.
The moral of this story is that there's no honor among thieves. In other words, never become associated with anyone in any endeavor or plan that is not absolutely straightforward. If you do, you can expect to be double-crossed, or become the cat's paw, or the fall guy. Remember to always look up, never down, and to associate only with those persons you can respect.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. Don't forget to listen in to the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes the friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals.
A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle.
As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is entitled Thoroughbreds Always Come Through. Horse racing is called the sport of kings, but common people enjoy it also. Enormous sums of money are bet each year on horse races. Enormous sums of money are won and lost each year on horse races. And where enormous sums of money are involved, clever crooks will be ever scheming to divert some of that money into their dishonest hands. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett is discussing with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz the chemist, a recent death at a nearby racetrack and its possible ramifications.
But, Danny, what makes you think Buddy Winston's death was murder?
Something that Jockey said before he died in the hospital.
What was that?
He said, "Say goodbye to the real White Star for me. He's a thoroughbred."
White Star was the name of the horse he'd been riding for some time?
Yes. He's owned by the B&T stables. Buddy rode for them.
Is White Star a thoroughbred?
If he is, he hasn't raced like one. He's been running down at Greenwood, but so far he hasn't won a race this season. In fact, he hasn't even been in the money. Everyone calls him a dog.
Being in the money means coming in first, second, third, or fourth, doesn't it?
That's right.
And now he's being brought up here to Parkingham Racetrack.
Yeah.
But tell me, Danny, why did Buddy Winston's last words make you feel he was murdered? His body was found in that wild stallion, Thunder Mike's stall. Apparently, he'd been kicked in the head by the stallion.
Yes, but what was he doing in the stallion's stall? He had no business there. That horse belonged to the Williams stables.
This horse race business is beyond me. Some horses run around in a circle, and one of them wins, and a few people win some money, and a lot of people lose some money.
Well, that's just about right, Doc.
And what are you going to do about Buddy Winston's death?
First, get Mike Madigan and run out to the racetrack and look around.
The big race is on today, isn't it?
Yeah, and White Star is entered.
Well, what chance has he? Many of the horses in the race are top-flight thoroughbreds, aren't they?
According to the newspapers.
Well, Danny, if there's something crooked going on, I know you will find it out and be in there investigating.
You bet. It's my duty to uphold the law and bring every crook to justice.
Be careful, Danny. Be careful, and good luck, boy. Good luck.
Thanks, Doc. So long. I'm going to find out what makes White Star twinkle.
As I see it, Danny, Jockey Winston knew too much about something crooked in this horse racing business and was bumped off to keep his mouth shut.
That's my theory, too.
Well, what do you figure he knew?
Oh, some crooked work in connection with White Star.
What, that dog? Say, me boy, that horse couldn't run fast enough to keep his feet warm.
That's what everybody thinks. But I've got a hunch he's booked to win this race today.
Oh, don't make me laugh, Danny. He ain't been in the money this season, and against thoroughbreds like Sassafras and Blue Egret and San Simeon, he looked like he's running backwards.
Just the same. I've got a hunch he'll win.
Yes, but take my advice. Don't back that hunch with a real money bet.
Don't worry, I don't play the races. I like to see horses run, but I don't bet on them.
Well, here we are. You go get the tickets while I park the car.
Okay, Mike.
On the right for clubhouse tickets. Left-hand line for grandstand. Keep moving. Have your money ready here.
2 for the grandstand, please.
You don't need no tickets, officer. Eight man will pass you in.
Oh, thanks, but I'm off duty. I prefer to buy tickets.
Okay, $5 for 2. That's right.
Hey, Danny, did you get the tickets?
Yeah, here we are. Let's go this way.
Hey, how about a cold drink, Danny?
No, thanks, Mike. I'm going to stroll around this paddock and see what gossip I can pick up.
Okay, I'll hold a seat for you up in, let's see, Section C, 4th row up. That'll be near the finish line.
All right, Mike. I'll be back before the big race. Hello. You the jockey that's riding White Star today?
Yeah, that's right.
Your name's Jessup?
Yeah.
Mine's Garrett. Patrolman Dan Garrett.
Anything wrong, officer?
Oh, no. I'm not here to arrest anyone. I like horses, so I thought I'd come down here and look around.
Oh.
Is that White Star there?
Yeah, that's him. He's a beauty.
Certainly is. Can he run?
Like a streak.
What's been holding him back?
Well, I don't know. I ain't never ridden him in a race. Winston used to ride him.
Oh, that's right. I suppose he gets his name from that White Star on his forehead.
Yep.
Well, good luck today.
Thanks, mister.
Oh, just a minute, officer.
Yes?
Are you here in official capacity?
No, just shaking hands with the horses.
Well, don't be talking to my jockeys or fooling around with horses before a race.
Are you the owner of White Star?
I represent the owners.
I see. Think he'll win today?
Looking for a tip?
Maybe.
Well, don't put your money on White Star.
No? Why, your jockey here thinks...
Never mind what he thinks. He's paid to ride, not to think. I tell you to put your money on some other horse. White Star isn't ready yet. New track, new jockey.
I see. Okay. Well, goodbye, Jessup, and good luck. And thanks for that tip, mister. It's a sure thing I won't bet on White Star. Well, there's Blue Egret, number 1.
She's a nice-looking filly.
No filly will win this race.
It's sassafras for my money.
Yeah? What about White Star?
That dog, don't make me laugh.
San Simeon likes the distance.
Anything can happen in a mile and an eighth.
Yeah? I'm taking a long shot. $2.50 to 1 on White Star ain't peanuts.
If you win. In an 8-horse race like this one, he ain't got a chance. He cuts up so much at the post, he may even be left.
Look, they're at the post.
Blue Egret sure looks good.
San Simeon's nervous.
Kilometer don't like the number 4 spot.
White Star's pretty steady. Stands there like a thoroughbred.
Come on, Blue Egret, come on.
That's a fast out in front.
What's that horse coming through next to the rail?
Number 7. Rainy day.
Boy, look at him come.
San Simeon's dropping back.
Where's my horse?
Last.
He's moving up. He's past San Simeon.
He's almost neck and neck with Rainy Day.
Sassafras first. Blue Egret second. Rainy Day third. White Star fourth at the quarter.
San Simeon's out of it.
Look, White Star's passing Rainy Day.
Well, what do you know about that?
Yeah. He's moving up on Blue Egret.
Yeah. Blue Egret can't stand the pace. I told you no filly would win this race.
Come on, White Star.
Come on, show him how.
Well, I'll be... He's past Sassafras at the far turn. And he's in the lead.
Boy, oh boy, $100 I win.
Ah, the race ain't over yet.
It is for you guys. Look at White Star coming down the stretch. Come on, White Star. Come on, baby. Kick dust in their faces. Come on, White Star, that up, baby. It's a walk away. Boy, oh boy. White Star wins by 7 lengths.
Well, Danny, what did you think of the race?
White Star certainly ran like a thoroughbred.
Yeah, he sure did that. Say, the bookies must have cleaned up.
Why?
Well, nobody was betting on White Star. All the big money was on the favorites.
I've a hunch that the owners of White Star had plenty of money bet on their horse.
And what makes you think that? I figured they'd be as surprised as anybody else.
The man I met at the stables while I was talking to Jockey Jessup was too anxious to have me bet on some other horse. I'm suspicious of him. He represents the owners.
Well, why didn't you tell me? I'd have placed a bet on White Star.
I didn't think of it at the time. Hey, you can let me off here, Mike. I'm going to drop in on Doc Franz.
Okay. Well, I may have a look into this case myself. It don't smell right to me.
Well, keep your eye open for the Blue Beetle.
Oh, him. Someday I'll hook him.
If you do, let me know.
I will not.
Well, good night, Mike.
Good night, Danny.
Oh, hello, Danny. And how were the races?
Oh, great. Some fine horses running.
I heard some of it over the radio. White Star was a great surprise.
Yes, and I can't quite figure it out. Something's wrong somewhere.
Why?
Well, a horse as good as White Star couldn't run as poorly as he has in the past. You can't disguise class. Wait a minute. Disguise.
That's it. You got something, Danny?
Almost. Say, I wonder if... No, it's fantastic.
Excuse me, Danny. Yes? Oh, yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Danny. A young lady's voice.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yes? Who? Millie Jessup. Oh, the jockey's sister. Yes. What? Oh, I see. When did it happen? Yes, I certainly will. Where? Yes, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Goodbye.
Something important, Danny?
Yes, Doc, that was Jessup's sister on the phone. You know, the jockey who rode White Star. I met him today. He's been arrested on some trumped-up charge. He remembered me and asked her to call me. Afraid to call me himself.
Do you think it has anything to do with the race this afternoon?
I'm sure of it. Well, so long, Doc. I'm going down to headquarters. The Blue Beetle may fly tonight, so I'll be back later for the Blue Beetle chain armor and mask.
I'll be here and have everything ready, Danny.
Thanks, Doc. Goodbye. Now, tell me all about it, Miss Jessup.
Well, just after the race today, when Eddie, my brother, was changing his clothes, he overheard a conversation that led him to believe that White Star was going to be shipped to another track tonight.
But White Star's supposed to race in the Alice Whiteman Memorial Stakes here next Saturday.
That's right. So my brother went to Mr. Gottschalk, who represents the B&T stable, and asked him about what he overheard.
What did Gottschalk say?
He told Eddie his ears were too big.
A
little later, somebody went to the racetrack stewards and claimed that they'd been robbed of some diamond cufflinks. A search was made, and they were found in Eddie's locker. But I know he didn't do it, Mr. Garrett. I'm positive he did. Eddie isn't that kind of a boy.
No, Miss Jessup, don't get excited. I'm sure this is a frame-up to get your brother out of the way for a while.
He was afraid to talk to you himself, so he asked me to.
That was wise. There's crooked work going on somewhere, and I'm going to find out what it is.
What are you going to do?
Talk it over with someone who will clear up this racehorse mystery. And if it's a crooked racket, he'll smash it in quick order.
What is the explanation of Jockey Jessup's arrest? Why is White Star to be transported to another track? How can a losing horse be made into a thoroughbred overnight? Will Dan Garrett solve the mystery, or will he turn the job over to the Blue Beetle. In another part of the city, interesting instructions are being given over the telephone.
Oh, look, Spinelli. You're clever with the paintbrush. You've done a swell job on that horse sagebrush. You've kept him looking like the real White Star. Yeah. They were bred to have the same conformation. He may not be able to run like him, but he sure looks like him. But, yeah, I know it was difficult. But you're getting paid plenty. Now, here's what I want you to do. We're shipping White Star to a little track in the south. And I want you to disguise him so that no one will know.
Here, where is the Blue Beetle flying tonight? Out to the racetrack. But there's no horse racing at night.
No, but there's a horse moving. The Blue Beetle is going to find out why.
Well, be careful, Danny. I inspected your blue chain armor and mask. It seems in perfect condition.
Thanks, Doc.
Taking anything along besides your magic ray and Blue Beetle spotlight?
Oh, just a little paint remover.
Paint remover?
Yes. I've got a hunch a little paint remover may come in handy to remove a disguise.
I hope you're successful.
So do I. Well, so long, Doc. The Blue Beetle is off to the racetrack.
Hey, Mitch, pull a horse van in here and park.
Okay.
I'll soft-foot it into the stables and see if Spinelli's finished with White Star. If he has, I'll give you the old hoot owl.
Yeah? And what then?
I'll come running with White Star, and we'll lead him up into the truck.
Okay.
Now, keep your motor running. As soon as we get him loaded, we'll high-bail it out of here.
I got you. Okay.
Come on, we'll let the loading ramp down. You take the other side.
Yeah. I got it.
Now, ease her down. That's got it. Now, remember to keep your motor running.
Don't worry. I've done this before.
Okay. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Easy, White Star, easy. Soon you'll look like sagebrush, the dope. He's a look like you, but he's gonna run like you. Easy, boy, easy. Yeah. A little more pain on the forehead, then nobody's know you the White Star. Everybody think you just a dog. The boss is make a plenty money on you. Every time you race, you get other men. You look like other horse.
How you coming, Spinelli?
You frighten me. Was that you, Froggy?
Yeah. I got the horse van down the road. Is White Star ready to go?
Yes. How does he look?
Move your lantern over this way. Say, that's a swell job. Nobody'd recognize him. You're an artist, Spinelli.
Gee, Spinelli's a great artist. I am
Shh. Douse the glim. Somebody's coming.
Look on the wall.
Yeah. A spotlight with a large... The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Beat it, masquerader, before I drill you.
Go ahead and shoot. And draw every stable boy and guard in the place here.
Hey, it's all right, Froggy.
Okay. What do you want?
I want to cut in on this racket, or I'll expose you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't the boss in this racket. You have to see Gotcha.
All right. Reach for the roof, boys. It's the law.
Mike Manigan.
The dumb copper.
Yes, it's Officer Manigan, and he ain't so dumb. So, Blue Beetle, you want to chisel in on this racket, eh?
You have sharp ears, Manigan.
Listen, copper. If you're wise, you'll put up that gun and forget you ever saw us. The boss will pay plenty to keep this quiet. It's a gold mine.
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't prospecting for gold. I'm gunning for racketeers.
Well, you ain't gonna get this one. That's for you, copper.
And this is for you.
Good work, Spinelli. Got the Blue Beetle with the lantern.
Hey, look. Look, the lantern, she's broke. She's set fire to the straw.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Fire! Fire! Somebody turn in the alarm.
Fire! All right.
Here, Spinelli. Help me toss the Blue Beetle over into that stall.
All right.
There. That'll be the end of Mr. Blue Beetle. He'll burn up with the stable, I hope.
Hey, what's about these Officer Manigan, huh?
Load him on your back and bring him out to the van. We'll drop him off a bridge somewhere.
Oh, he's very heavy.
Okay, I'll take him. You lead White Star out.
Mitch is waiting down the road with the motor running. Come on, make it snappy. Well, here we go.
Well, the Blue Beetle certainly had a narrow escape that time.
Yes. Spinelli hit me from behind with a lantern and knocked me unconscious. When I came to, I was in a water tank next to what had been White Star's stall. The whole place was ablaze.
But how did you escape burning to death?
The asbestos lining you made for my Blue Beetle armor saved me.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember. I made it so if some racketeer happened to get a hold of your electric ray gun, he couldn't burn you to death in your Blue Beetle armor.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, what became of Mannigan? Didn't you say he was there?
Yes, but a thug named Froggy knocked him out. I didn't see anything of him afterward.
Did you see the morning paper?
No. What did they have to say about the fire?
Here, read it.
Oh. Fire caused considerable damage to stables at Parkingham Racetrack last night. Several horses were burned. First, it was thought White Star had been burned. But later, the sensational stakes winner was found in one of the stables, not touched by the fire. He is booked to run in the Alice Whiteman Memorial Stakes on Saturday. Say, something's rotten somewhere.
What do you mean?
Well, White Star was in the part of the stables that burned last night, but he was disguised by a coat of paint. I caught one of the crooks at work.
It says there in the paper.
No, but if those crooks can disguise one horse, they can disguise another.
Well, what are you going to do?
I went out and have a look at this White Star.
Just a minute, Danny. I'll see who's out front in the store.
Oh, hello, Doc. Is Danny here?
Yes, he's in the back. My there, Mike, you have quite a cut on your chin.
Yeah, sure. A horse kicked me last night.
Hello, Mike. What's this about a horse kicking you?
Oh, hello, Danny. Yes. You see, I was investigating this White Star case, and I got kicked by a horse.
Oh, that's too bad. Say, but you're just in time. I'm going out to the track myself. Why don't you come along? Maybe you can find the horse that kicked you and arrest him.
That's a good idea. Come on, though. Let's go. I got the car outside.
Goodbye, Doc. If I find out what I expect to find, the Blue Beetle will fly again tonight.
Danny, would you like to try out the portable television set? It's ready for a test.
Oh, that's great. I'll pick it up when I come back for my Blue Beetle chain armor and mask.
Well, goodbye. Goodbye and good luck.
All arrangements have been made, gentlemen. Sagebrush, disguised as White Star, will race in the Whiteman Memorial on Saturday and lose.
What about the real White Star?
He'll run at Shadyside, disguised as Sagebrush, and win. We'll get long odds on him and clean up.
Who's riding here on Saturday?
Oh, a new jockey. It's his first big race. He'll think he's riding on the real White Star.
What's that humming sound?
Maybe the electric fan in the other room.
What about Jessup? Doesn't he suspect that
He's out on bail. But he'll be kept away from the racetrack. If he opens his mouth about anything, he'll get what we gave Winston.
Well, I hope your scheme works. We've invested plenty, and we expect to realize on our investment.
Don't worry, gentlemen. Your investment is safe. You've already cleaned up plenty on yesterday's race. You'll make a fortune if you let me run things.
What about the policeman and the Blue Beetle that discovered Spinelli and Froggy, as you call him, at work?
They've been disposed of. Their mouths have been closed forever.
What's that noise?
The Blue Beetle.
Dead. Come to life.
Yes. Too bad Buddy Winston can't be brought back to life. Murderers.
This time I'll make sure of you, you Blue Beetle.
Go ahead and shoot, Gottschalk. But first, look at this little black box.
I'm not interested in little black boxes. You're in my way, and
every action, every word you say is being registered in this portable television set.
That was the sound I heard.
Yes, like an electric fan.
And you were?
Standing behind the curtains, televising everything that took place here.
The police?
Yes, the police. They've been receiving everything I've picked up here. The case is complete, gentlemen, with every television set owner in the city as added witnesses.
The Blue Beetle was in with these crooks, eh? Put the bracelets on them, boys. And to make doubly sure of the Blue Beetle, I'll handcuff him
Sorry to hurt you, Mannigan, but the Blue Beetle has to keep his hands free. Goodbye, gentlemen.
It'll be a long time before you see another horse race.
Well, I can laugh now, Danny, when I think how you bluffed those crooks. But at the time, I was worried.
Yes. If I'd known you'd left a tube out of the portable television set, I'd have had to use different methods.
Luckily, the crooks didn't know it.
They were so surprised and frightened, they made a full confession when Manigan and the boys got them down to headquarters.
Well, the next time, I'll make a closer check. I'd have never forgiven myself if harm had come to you.
Oh, forget it, Doc. You're the best friend a fellow could have. I don't know what I'd have done without your help.
Oh, you'd have come through successfully just the same. Remember, thoroughbreds always come through.
And so another crooked racket was smashed by the Blue Beetle. What new assignments will the Blue Beetle set for himself in his crusade against crime? This question will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in.